This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get chills every time I drive past a rundown motel. It's been 3 months, but I can't shake what happened that night. I've tried telling a couple of friends, but they just laugh it off like I'm exaggerating or made it up. So I figured I'd share it here where people might actually believe me. I've always considered myself something of an adventurer, nothing too extreme. I'm not climbing Everest or anything, but I love road trips and exploring places off the beaten path. My friends tease me about it constantly, calling me Indiana Jackson and stuff like that. Last summer, after a few beers around a bonfire, they dared me to do a solo cross-country drive. No planned stops, no hotel reservations, just me, my car, and the open road. Real adventurers don't need plans, my buddy Mike said. I couldn't back down from that. So there I was, 7 days into my trip, somewhere in the middle of Nevada. I'd been driving since 6 that morning, and the sun was starting to set. My phone had no signal, hadn't for hours, and my GPS had been glitching all day, randomly rerouting me down strange back roads before completely dying around 4 o'clock. The highway stretched empty in both directions. I hadn't passed another car in at least 40 minutes, and my gas gauge was getting uncomfortably low. My eyes were burning from staring at the road all day, and I kept catching myself nodding off. I needed to stop soon. Just when I was seriously considering pulling over and sleeping in my car, I spotted a dim light in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out a neon sign flickering weakly against the darkening sky. Riverside Motel. Some of the letters weren't working, so it actually read Rier Idemo L, but I got the point. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, my headlights sweeping across the building. Even in the dim light, I could tell the place had seen better days. The 2-story structure was weathered, with paint peeling off in long strips like dead skin. Most of the windows were dark, and the few that showed light had grimy curtains drawn across them. There was no river in sight, by the way. Something about the place made my skin crawl. Under normal circumstances, I would have kept driving, but I was practically falling asleep at the wheel. I needed to stop. The office had a buzzing fluorescent light that cast everything in a sickly yellow glow. The carpet was stained in patterns I didn't want to think about, and the air smelled musty, like old books left in a damp basement. Behind the front desk sat an elderly man with the strangest appearance I've ever seen. His skin was pale and waxy, stretched tight over his skull, and his eyes were deeply sunken, like dark holes in his face. He didn't look up when I entered, just stared at the ancient computer screen in front of him. "Hi," I said, approaching the desk. "Do you have any rooms available for tonight?" He didn't respond verbally, just reached under the counter and pulled out a key attached to a plastic tag with the number 9 on it. He placed it on the counter without looking at me, then turned the computer screen so I could see the price. $60 for one night. I pulled out my wallet and handed him the cash. He took the money without counting it, still not making eye contact. No registration form, no ID check, nothing. Just the silent transaction and a bony finger pointing toward a hallway to the left. The hallway was dimly lit by wall sconces that flickered randomly, creating strange moving shadows on the cracked walls. The carpet was worn down to threads in the middle, and there was a faint smell of mildew in the air. I counted the room numbers as I passed. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9 at the end of the hall. The key stuck in the lock, requiring some jiggling before the door finally swung open with a long, drawn-out creak. The room wasn't much better than the hallway. Peeling wallpaper with a faded floral pattern, a lumpy-looking double bed with thin, yellowed sheets, and a small TV that looked like it was from the 90s. The bathroom door was ajar, revealing chipped tiles and a rust-stained bathtub. I should have left. Every instinct was screaming at me to get back in my car and drive until I found somewhere else, anywhere else. But I was so damn tired, and the thought of continuing down that dark, empty highway was worse than staying in this dump. I tossed my overnight bag on the bed, used the bathroom, avoiding touching anything I didn't absolutely have to, and collapsed onto the mattress, which was every bit as uncomfortable as it looked. I must have fallen asleep immediately, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to complete darkness. The red numbers on the bedside clock read 2:17. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it, a soft tapping sound coming from the door. Tap, tap, tap. I froze, instantly alert despite having been in deep sleep seconds before. Maybe I'd imagined it. Tap, tap, tap. Nope, definitely real. Maybe it was another guest who had the wrong room, but something about the sound made my heart race. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strangely muffled in the room. The tapping stopped immediately. I strained my ears in the silence, hardly daring to breathe. Just as I was about to convince myself it was nothing, the tapping started again, louder this time, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up slowly, fumbling for the lamp beside the bed. It clicked on, casting a weak yellow glow that barely reached the door. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed, my bare feet touching the cold carpet. "Who's there?" I called, trying to sound authoritative, but hearing the tremor in my own voice. The tapping stopped again. Then, without warning, the door rattled violently in its frame, as if someone was trying to force it open. The handle twisted back and forth, and I could hear the wood straining. I was frozen in place, unable to move, unable to speak. This wasn't someone knocking on the wrong door. This was something else entirely. Then I heard it. A voice, barely above a whisper, coming from the other side of the door. "Room for one more." The words were spoken in a raspy, dry voice that sounded like rustling leaves. My blood ran cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. "Room for one more," the voice repeated, slightly louder this time. The door handle continued to twist back and forth frantically. That broke my paralysis. I scrambled off the bed, looking around desperately for an escape route. The window was small and covered with security bars. The only way out was through that door. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, praying for a signal. No bars. Of course, the rattling stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been. I stood in the middle of the room, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, waiting for whatever would happen next. The handle turned slowly, deliberately, and the door began to open inward. I don't know what I expected to see, the old man from the front desk maybe, or some other guest playing a sick joke, but there was nothing there, just darkness, a darkness deeper and more complete than seemed possible, as if the hallway beyond had been swallowed by a void. Then, from within that impossible darkness, a hand emerged. It was pale, skeletal, with long, thin fingers and skin like translucent parchment. It reached toward me, fingers splayed, and I could see dark veins beneath the skin, pulsing with something that didn't look like blood. I lost it. Complete fight-or-flight response kicked in, and flight won. I lunged for my car keys on the dresser, grabbed my shoes, not bothering to put them on, and made a break for the door. As I approached, the hand retreated slightly, and I took my chance, barreling through the doorway into the hallway beyond. The hallway wasn't how I remembered it. It stretched impossibly long in both directions, and all the doors were gone except for mine. The flickering lights created a strobe effect that made it hard to orient myself. I picked a direction and ran, my bare feet slapping against the damp carpet. I don't remember exactly how I made it to the parking lot. The whole thing is a blur of panic and adrenaline. What I do remember is bursting through the front door of the motel, the night air hitting my lungs like ice water, and sprinting to my car. My hands were shaking so badly that I dropped the keys twice before managing to unlock the door. I threw myself inside, locked all the doors, and started the engine. As I peeled out of the parking lot, gravel spraying behind me, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The motel was gone. I slammed on the brakes so hard the car fishtailed. Slowly, I turned in my seat to look back through the rear window. Where the Riverside Motel had stood just moments before, there was nothing but an empty field, no building, No sign, no parking lot, just tall grass swaying gently in the night breeze. I rubbed my eyes, certain I was hallucinating from exhaustion. But when I looked again, the field was still there, empty, as if the motel had never existed at all. I drove through the night without stopping, pushed by a fear so primal I couldn't have explained it if I tried. When the sun finally rose, I pulled into the first populated gas station I found and broke down in tears of relief. I've looked for the Riverside Motel since then. I've searched maps, online reviews, historical records, anything that might prove what I experienced was real. I've found nothing, no record of a Riverside Motel anywhere near where I was that night. According to every map I've studied, there's nothing but empty land for miles along that stretch of highway. But sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear it again, that soft, insistent tapping, and those words, whispered like a promise, room for one more. I haven't taken a road trip since. My friends think I'm making excuses when I turn down their invitations. They don't understand why I insist on knowing exactly where we're staying, on having reservations confirmed and backed up. They don't get why I refuse to drive after dark. How could I explain that I'm terrified of finding myself at the Riverside Motel again, or worse, that the Riverside Motel might find me? Story 2. I still haven't told anyone about what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't. No matter how many times I go over it in my head, it just doesn't add up. I guess I'm writing this down because I need someone to believe me, even if I can barely believe it myself. I had a job interview lined up in Portland. It was for this marketing position I'd been after for months, the kind that could finally put my career back on track after getting laid off last year. The drive from Seattle should have taken about 3 hours, but I left way too late, my own fault. I kept second-guessing my outfit, my resume, everything. By the time I hit the road, it was already past 7 in the evening. About 2 hours into the drive, I started feeling the exhaustion creeping in. My eyes kept getting heavy, and twice I caught myself drifting toward the shoulder. The third time scared me enough to pull over at a rest stop and splash cold water on my face. I knew I couldn't make it all the way to Portland without some real rest. The problem was finding somewhere to stay. I kept checking my phone for hotels, but reception was spotty in that stretch of I-5 that cuts through nothing but trees and darkness. I remember thinking I should have planned better, should have booked something in advance. The interview was at 9 the next morning, and I was still hours away, fighting to keep my eyes open. That's when I saw it, this small glowing neon sign off an exit I didn't even know existed. The Last Vacancy Motel. The sign buzzed and flickered, the letter C in vacancy blinking on and off like it was sending some kind of warning. I almost kept driving. Something about the place just felt off, but my eyelids were so heavy, and the next town was at least 40 miles away. I took the exit. The road narrowed immediately, with tall pines pressing in from both sides. No streetlights, just my headlights cutting through the darkness. The motel appeared after a sharp bend, a single-story, L-shaped building that looked like it hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint since the 90s. There were only 3 cars in the parking lot, which should have been another warning sign. The lobby was just a small room with wood-paneled walls and a desk. It smelled like old cigarettes and something else I couldn't place, something sour and wrong. This elderly woman sat behind the counter, her face deeply lined, her white hair pulled back so tight it seemed painful. She didn't look up when I walked in. She just kept staring at an ancient computer screen that cast this sickly blue glow on her face. "Do you have a room for tonight?" I asked, setting my purse on the counter. She didn't respond right away, just kept clicking her mouse, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet room. When she finally looked up, her eyes seemed vacant, like she was looking through me instead of at me. "Just one," she said, her voice raspy. "Room 13. I almost laughed nervously. "Room 13? Really?" But I was too tired to care about superstitions. I handed over my credit card and ID. She processed everything in silence, never making small talk, never asking what brought me to the area. just typing with those bony fingers, the nails yellowed and too long. "End of the hall," she said, sliding a real metal key across the counter. Not a key card, an actual key with a plastic tag marked 13 in faded numbers. "Checkout is at 11. I remember the hallway was unnervingly quiet. The carpet was this awful brown pattern that might have been hiding stains. The overhead lights flickered and a few were burnt out completely, leaving patches of shadow. My footsteps seemed too loud, and I had this constant feeling that someone was watching me from behind. Room 13 was at the very end, in the darkest part of the hallway. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it before the door finally swung open with a long, drawn-out creak. The smell hit me first, musty, like the room had been closed up for months. The air felt thick, almost hard to breathe. Inside was a queen bed with a faded floral comforter, a small TV that looked straight out of the 80s, and a bathroom door that was slightly ajar. The only light came from a lamp on the nightstand with a crooked shade. I flipped the wall switch, but nothing happened. I was so exhausted that I just kicked off my shoes and collapsed on the bed without even changing. The mattress sagged in the middle, and the springs creaked with every movement. I set the alarm on my phone for 6 in the morning, giving myself enough time to get to Portland for the interview. I must have dozed off because I remember jerking awake suddenly, my heart racing. The room seemed different somehow, darker, the shadows deeper in the corners. That's when I noticed the stain on the ceiling directly above the bed. It was dark, almost black, and spreading slowly outward like spilled ink. And there was a sound, a soft, rhythmic dripping. At first I thought it was a water leak, though it didn't sound quite like water. I got up and checked the bathroom. The faucet was indeed dripping, but that wasn't what had woken me. As I reached to turn it off, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror, a figure standing behind me, just a silhouette in the darkness of the doorway. I spun around so fast I nearly slipped on the tile floor, but there was nothing there, just the empty doorway and the darkened room beyond. My hands were shaking as I turned off the faucet, the metal ice cold under my fingers. When I came out of the bathroom, the stain on the ceiling had grown larger. The dripping sound continued, but I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I checked my phone. It was 2:17 in the morning, and I had no signal, not even one bar. My battery was at 12%, and I hadn't packed my charger in my overnight bag. I tried the TV, hoping for some noise to drown out the dripping and my own thoughts, but all it showed was static, a soft hissing noise filling the room. I turned it off immediately. The silence that followed was somehow worse. That's when the whispering started. At first, I thought it was coming from the room next door, just the muffled sounds of other guests, but it seemed to be coming from all around me, from the walls themselves. Words I couldn't quite make out, spoken too quickly and too quietly. I decided I needed to leave. Interview or no interview, this place was wrong. I grabbed my purse and pulled on my shoes, not even bothering to pack up my toiletries from the bathroom. When I tried the door, it opened easily enough, but the hallway outside was different. The lights were all out now, plunging the corridor into a darkness so complete I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I used my phone's flashlight, but the battery was draining rapidly, the light growing dimmer by the second. The hallway seemed longer than I remembered, stretching away into blackness. I started walking, keeping one hand on the wall to guide me. The carpet felt damp under my feet, and the wallpaper seemed to pulse beneath my fingers like something alive. The whispers grew louder with every step, and now I could almost make out words. My name, over and over. Emily, 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 and other things. Terrible things about what was going to happen to me. The shadows on the walls began to move, forming into figures with hollow eyes that seemed to track my movements. I tried to run, but the hallway kept stretching, the exit sign in the distance never getting any closer. The walls started closing in, the ceiling dropping lower, until I was practically crawling, gasping for breath in the increasingly narrow space. And then my phone died, plunging me into total darkness. I screamed, but the sound seemed swallowed by the walls. I felt hands on me, cold, clammy hands pulling at my clothes, my hair, my skin. The whispers became a roar, and the stench of decay filled my nostrils. I must have passed out, because the next thing I remember is waking up in my car, still parked in front of the motel. Sunlight was streaming through the windows, and my phone was in my hand, fully charged, showing 6:05 in the morning. I was drenched in sweat, my clothes clinging to my skin, and my throat raw, like I'd been screaming for hours. I started the car with shaking hands and peeled out of the parking lot, not even looking back until I'd reached the highway. When I finally checked my rearview mirror, I nearly drove off the road. The motel was gone. Not closed, not abandoned, gone. There was nothing but dense forest where the building had stood, no sign of a road leading to it, no clearing, nothing. I made it to Portland somehow. I even went through with the interview, though I have no idea what I said or how I presented myself. I didn't get the job. It's been 3 weeks, and I've tried to convince myself it was all just exhaustion, a vivid nightmare caused by stress and fatigue. But I know what I experienced, and the worst part, the whispers haven't stopped. They're quieter now, just at the edge of my hearing, but they're still there, especially at night. Sometimes I wake up to find dark stains on my ceiling that fade by morning. My faucets drip no matter how tightly I turn them off, and sometimes, just for a split second when I look in the mirror, I see that figure standing behind me, watching with hollow eyes, waiting. I don't know what it wants, or when it will decide to take me back to that place where the last vacancy motel should have been. I just know that whatever happened that night isn't over, and I'm afraid it never will be. Story 3. It started when my sisters and I found an old Ouija board in our attic while looking for some Christmas decorations our mom asked us to bring down. I'm 19, the middle child between my older sister Kate, 22, and my younger sister Emma, 17. We've lived in Lakewood our whole lives, in this old 2-story house that's always had weird vibes, but nothing actually scary had ever happened. We should try it, Emma said, holding up the dusty Ouija board. It looked ancient, probably from the 70s, with faded letters and a plastic planchette that had yellowed with age. Kate rolled her eyes. Those things are stupid. It's just people subconsciously moving the pointer. I was somewhere in between, curious but doubtful. Let's just try it for fun, I suggested. Nothing's gonna happen anyway. We brought it downstairs to my bedroom since our parents were out for dinner. We sat on my bed in a triangle, placed the board between us, and put our fingers lightly on the planchette. At first, nothing happened. We asked basic questions. Is anyone there? Can you give us a sign? But the pointer just sat there. After about 15 minutes, Kate got bored. This is dumb. I'm going to watch Netflix. She took her fingers off, but Emma and I kept going. That's when something weird happened. The planchette moved slightly. Stop pushing it, Emma, I said immediately. I'm not, she protested, and I could tell she wasn't lying. We called Kate back, and all 3 of us tried again. Nothing. But when Kate left and it was just Emma and me, the planchette moved again, slowly spelling out HELLO. We tried different combinations over the next few days. If Kate and Emma used it without me, nothing. If I used it with either of them, it would work. That's when I started getting this strange feeling that whatever was communicating was doing it specifically because of me. Over the next few weeks, we'd pull out the board every few days. The responses were usually pretty tame. Short answers, nothing threatening. The spirit or whatever claimed to be someone named Mary who died in the 1920s. I still thought it was probably just our subconscious, maybe even me moving it without realizing. But I was curious why it only worked when I was touching the planchette. Last Saturday, I was home alone. My parents took Emma to visit colleges, and Kate was at her boyfriend's place. I don't know what possessed me, poor choice of words I know, but I decided to try using the board by myself. I'd read online that you're never supposed to use a Ouija board alone, but my curiosity was stronger than my caution. I set everything up in my room around 9 p.m. I lit a few candles, turned off the lights, and even placed some crystals around the board that I'd bought from a New Age shop downtown. I thought they might amplify the energy or whatever. Looking back, I feel so stupid for basically creating the perfect horror movie setup. I put my fingers on the planchette and waited. Nothing happened for at least 20 minutes. I was about to give up when I remembered something I'd seen in some YouTube video about a specific entity associated with Ouija boards. "Is Zozo here?" I asked, feeling a little silly even saying the name. The moment those words left my mouth, the temperature in my room dropped noticeably. I'm not exaggerating. I could see my breath in front of my face. The planchette, which had been completely still, suddenly jerked to yes with such force that my fingers almost slipped off. My heart started racing, but I convinced myself it was just my imagination or a draft from somewhere. I continued. "Who are you?" I asked. The planchette moved in strange patterns, not going to specific letters but making circular motions before spelling out FRIEND. "What's your name?" I asked. "ZOZO. My mouth went dry. "Are you good or evil?" The planchette circled the board twice before stopping on good. "How did you die?" "Never did." My hands were shaking, but I kept going. "Do you know me?" ALWAYSKNEW. "How do you know me?" BLOOD. That's when I noticed one of the candles on my dresser. The flame was burning abnormally high, like almost a foot tall, reaching toward my ceiling. I've never seen a candle flame get that big without the whole thing catching fire. It wasn't flickering either. It was perfectly still despite the cold air in the room. I should have stopped there, but something kept me going. It was like I was in a trance. "Do you know my family?" SISTERSLUT, it spelled out, clearly referring to Kate, who had a reputation for dating a lot of guys. I got angry. "Don't talk about her like that." The planchette moved violently in circles. SORRYANGEL. "I'm not an angel. What are you talking about?" YOUAREPSYCHICFALLENANGEL. "Is God real?" I asked, not even sure why that question came to mind. NOGODONLYME. By this point, I was terrified but couldn't stop. "What are you?" ANGELTRYINGTOTALK. The responses were contradictory and confusing. It claimed to be Zozo, then an angel. It said there was no God, but then claimed to be an angel. None of it made sense, which somehow made it even scarier. The tall candle flame suddenly dropped back to normal size, and the planchette stopped moving. I sat there for a minute, frozen, before finally taking my fingers off. I quickly packed away the board, blew out the candles, and turned on every light in my room. I slept with the lights on that night, telling myself it was all just my imagination. The next few days, I tried to forget about it. I didn't tell my sisters when they got back. I hid the Ouija board in my closet and tried to convince myself nothing happened. But then things started getting weird. I'd wake up at 3:33 a.m. almost every night, heart racing like someone had screamed in my ear. My phone would glitch, showing strange symbols instead of letters sometimes. I'd find my belongings moved to different places than where I'd left them. Nothing major, but enough to make me constantly on edge. Then, 4 days after the Ouija session, I took a hot shower after getting home from class. The bathroom was steamy as usual, and I was just trying to relax and forget about everything. When I stepped out and wiped some condensation from the mirror to see myself, I froze in absolute terror. There, drawn in the steam on my bathroom mirror, was a perfect pentagram, not just a simple star. A pentagram with the circle around it and weird symbols at each point that I didn't recognize. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I was naked, dripping wet, and staring at something that couldn't possibly be there. No one had been in the bathroom with me. The door was locked. The window was closed. There was no way anyone could have drawn that while I was showering. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, I snapped out of my paralysis and frantically wiped the mirror clean with my towel. I didn't even dry myself off. I just grabbed my clothes, unlocked the door, and ran to my room. I locked myself in and called Kate, who was downstairs watching TV. "What's wrong?" "You sound like you've seen a ghost," she said when she answered. I couldn't tell her. I just said I thought I saw a spider in the bathroom, which made her laugh. "Since when are you afraid of spiders?" she asked, but thankfully didn't press further. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the pentagram and how perfect it was. If I had drawn it subconsciously somehow, it wouldn't have been so precise. And those symbols, I didn't even know what they were, so how could I have created them? Over the next few days, more things happened. My name would appear written in the fog on my car windows in the morning. I'd hear whispering in empty rooms. 3 scratches appeared on my back. I discovered them when Emma asked what happened, because I couldn't see them myself. I haven't touched the Ouija board since, but I'm afraid the damage is already done. I've researched Zozo online and found so many similar stories of people having terrifying experiences after contacting this entity. Apparently it's known as a trickster spirit or demon that pretends to be friendly at first, but then terrorizes people. I'm writing this now because I just woke up to find all the pictures in my room turned upside down on the walls, every single one, and my bedroom door, which I always lock at night, was wide open. I don't know what to do. I'm scared to be alone, but I'm also scared to tell anyone what's happening because they'll think I'm crazy, or worse, what if telling others puts them in danger too? I don't want whatever this is to start targeting my family. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Is there any way to make it stop? I never believed in any of this stuff before, but now I'm terrified that I've invited something dangerous into my life, and I have no idea how to get rid of it. Every night, I feel like something's watching me from the corner of my room, just waiting. For what? I don't know, and that's the most terrifying part. Story 4. I've never been the type of person who believes in the supernatural. Ghost stories, paranormal encounters, alien abductions, all that stuff always seemed like attention-seeking nonsense to me. I'm a high school math teacher, for crying out loud. Logic and reason are literally what I teach every day. But something happened to me 3 nights ago that I can't explain. I've barely slept since then. Every time I close my eyes, I see it again. I need to write this down to try to make sense of it, because right now I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. It was Thursday evening and I was driving back home to Austin after visiting my brother in Houston. I'd stayed longer than planned. My nephew had a baseball game that ran into extra innings, and afterward we had dinner. By the time I left, it was already getting dark. I'd planned to take I-10 to 71 like I usually do, but my GPS alerted me about major construction causing hours of delays. "Rerouting," said that robotic voice, and before I knew it, I was being directed onto Highway 281 as an alternate route. I'd never taken it before, but figured the GPS knew what it was doing. Big mistake. The turn onto 281 came after passing through a small town I can't even remember the name of. At first, it seemed fine, just a normal 2-lane highway cutting through some farmland. But as night fully settled in, the road started to change. The farms disappeared, replaced by dense forests pressing in from both sides. The trees were these massive old oaks with branches that reached over the road like bony fingers. What really got to me was the darkness. I've driven rural roads at night before, but this was different. It was like the darkness had weight to it, like it was pressing against my windshield. My headlights barely seemed to cut through it. There were no street lights, no houses with porch lights on, nothing but pitch black beyond my high beams. And as the miles ticked by, there were fewer and fewer other cars. Soon enough, I was completely alone. I tried turning on the radio to calm my nerves, but all I got was static. Every station, nothing but white noise. I switched to my phone to play some music, but there was no signal, not even one bar. That's when the first wave of real unease hit me. I was completely cut off. About 30 minutes into this nightmare drive, I started feeling watched. It's hard to explain the sensation if you've never felt it. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood up. My skin tingled. I kept checking my mirrors, convinced someone was in the back seat even though I knew I was alone in the car. I tried telling myself I was being ridiculous. I'm 34 years old, not some scared teenager. But that feeling only intensified. My hands were getting sweaty on the steering wheel. I turned the AC up, but it didn't help. That's when I saw it for the first time. There was a figure standing on the side of the road, just standing there in the darkness. My headlights caught it for only a second or two as I approached. It was hunched over, maybe 5.5 feet tall, and completely motionless. I couldn't see a face, just this dark silhouette against the even darker trees behind it. My first thought was that it was a hitchhiker, but who the hell would be hitchhiking on this deserted road at, I checked the clock, 10:47 at night? And why were they just standing there, not even turning to look at my approaching car? I didn't slow down. Something in my gut told me not to stop, not to even tap the brakes. Instead, I actually pressed harder on the accelerator as I passed it. My heart was hammering against my ribs. As soon as I passed, I checked my rearview mirror, expecting to see the figure receding in the distance. It was gone, completely gone. There was nowhere it could have gone. The trees were set back from the road, and there were no buildings, no ditches deep enough to hide in. It had just vanished. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I hadn't actually seen anyone. Maybe it was a weirdly shaped tree or a trick of the shadows. Maybe my tired brain was playing tricks on me. For the next 15 minutes, I drove with my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I kept checking my mirrors compulsively. The road stretched endlessly ahead, curving through the forest with no end in sight. My GPS said I still had over an hour until I'd reach the turnoff for Austin. Then my headlights flickered. Just once at first, a quick dip into darkness, then back to normal. I tapped the steering wheel nervously. My car was only 3 years old. I'd never had electrical problems before. They flickered again, longer this time, maybe half a second of complete darkness. I let out an involuntary gasp. The darkness on this road was absolute. Without headlights, I wouldn't be able to see the road at all. "Come on," I whispered, patting the dashboard like that would help. "Don't do this to me." For the next few minutes, everything seemed normal. I started to relax a tiny bit, thinking maybe it had just been a random glitch. Then, without any warning at all, my headlights went out completely. Total darkness. I screamed and hit the brakes instinctively, terrified of driving off the road. Before I could come to a complete stop, the lights came back on, and there it was, directly in front of me in the middle of the road. The same hunched figure I'd seen before, but now it was standing right in my lane, facing my car. I slammed on the brakes, skidding slightly. My car came to a stop maybe 20 feet from whatever it was. I still couldn't see its face. It was like there was a shadow where features should be, darker than the darkness around it. It wore what looked like ragged clothes that hung loosely from its frame. I sat there, engine idling, completely frozen with fear. It didn't move, didn't approach, just stood there, facing me. After what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds, I honked my horn. The sound was jarring in the silence, but the figure didn't react at all. It was like it didn't hear it or didn't care. I had two choices: sit there all night or try to drive around it. There was no way I was getting out of my car. No way. Slowly, I eased my foot off the brake and gave the car a little gas, steering toward the opposite lane to go around the figure. That's when it moved. It didn't walk. It didn't run. It glided. There's no other word for it, like it was on some invisible track. It moved sideways to block my path, but its feet never seemed to take steps. The movement was too smooth, too continuous, not human. My breath caught in my throat. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't possible. In a surge of panic and adrenaline, I floored it. The engine roared and I swerved sharply around the figure, missing it by inches. As I sped past, I felt an intense cold inside my car, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. The air seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. I didn't look back. I just drove, pushing my car as fast as it would go on the winding road, taking curves too fast, but too terrified to slow down. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep control of the wheel. For the next 20 minutes, I drove like that, constantly checking my mirrors, expecting to see it again. The trees blurred past. The darkness seemed to pulse around me. I was crying without even realizing it, tears streaming down my face, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Then, like some miracle, I saw lights ahead. A gas station, one of those old, run-down places with a single pump and a small convenience store. The sign was half burned out, but it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I pulled in so fast, I nearly hit the pump. The place looked ancient, with peeling paint and flickering fluorescent lights, but there was a truck parked on the side and lights on inside. Signs of life, normal human life. I sat in my car for a minute, trying to compose myself, wiping away tears and taking deep breaths. Then I went inside. There was an old man behind the counter, had to be in his 70s, with leathery skin and a grey beard. He barely looked up when I entered, just nodded slightly. "You all right, miss?" he asked as I approached the counter. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed hysterically at his choice of words. I think something's following me," I said, my voice shaking. "On the highway, I saw something." He put down the newspaper he'd been reading and gave me his full attention now. "What did you see?" I described it as best I could, the figure on the roadside, how it disappeared, how it showed up again in the middle of the road, the way it moved. The old man didn't look surprised. He didn't look at me like I was crazy. He just nodded slowly, like he was confirming something to himself. "Happens sometimes on that stretch," he said matter-of-factly. "People see things, ghosts or something like them. Been happening long as I can remember." What are they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged. "Nobody knows for sure. Some say it's the spirits of people who died on that road. Others think they're something that was here before us, before the road, before anything. Not ghosts exactly, something else." "But they're not real," I said, almost pleading. "They can't be." He looked at me with tired, knowing eyes. "Real enough to scare you half to death? Real enough that you're standing here talking to me about 'em?" I bought a coffee I didn't want and asked for directions to get back to the main highway without going back the way I came. He gave me a longer route that would add almost an hour to my trip, but I didn't care. I made it home eventually, didn't see anything else strange on the way, but I haven't been right since. I keep checking my rearview mirror, even in broad daylight. I can't sleep without lights on. And I keep thinking about what the old man said. Real enough. What does that even mean? I've tried researching Highway 281 hauntings or strange sightings, but there's nothing specific online, just general Texas ghost stories that could apply to any rural road. What bothers me most is that I don't know what would have happened if I'd stopped. If I'd gotten out of my car, if I'd tried to speak to it, and I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over, that whatever I saw out there knows me now, that it's waiting. I used to be so certain about how the world worked. Now I'm not sure of anything anymore. Story 5. I still don't feel safe in my own house. It's been 3 days, and I keep waking up in cold sweats. Every creak, every little sound makes my heart race like I'm having a heart attack. I guess writing this out might help me process what happened, so here goes. I'm 18, and I've lived in this old Victorian house in Willow Creek my entire life. It's always had its quirks, creaky floorboards, doors that sometimes open on their own, that kind of thing. But I never felt unsafe here until last Saturday night. My parents had gone out for their usual dinner and a movie date night. They do this every couple weeks, and it's normally no big deal. My little brother Ethan was sleeping over at his friend Kyle's house, so I had the place to myself. Perfect time for a horror movie marathon, right? The weather was really setting the mood too. Wind was howling outside, tree branches scraping against the windows. I actually thought it was cool, like having my own real-life spooky sound effects to go with The Conjuring. I made some popcorn, wrapped myself in my favorite fuzzy blanket on the couch, and settled in. About halfway through the movie, during a relatively quiet scene, I heard this weird thumping sound coming from upstairs. At first, I thought maybe it was just the house settling. These old Victorians make all kinds of noises, especially when the weather changes. But this was different. It was rhythmic, deliberate, almost like someone was I don't know, hitting something against a wall repeatedly. Thump, thump, thump. I paused the movie and just listened. It definitely wasn't the wind or a branch. It was coming from inside the house, from upstairs, and it kept going at this steady pace. Maybe a pipe problem, or something had fallen and was rolling around. I tried to rationalize it, but something in my gut was telling me this wasn't normal house noise. So, like an idiot in every horror movie ever, I decided to check it out. I grabbed my phone, thank God, and turned on the flashlight even though the hallway lights were on. Just felt safer somehow. The stairs have never seemed so long before. Each step I took made the old wood creak beneath my feet, and I kept stopping to listen for that thumping sound. It was still going. Thump, thump, thump. When I reached the top of the stairs, I could tell it was coming from my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The door was partially open, which was weird because my mom always closes it when they leave the house, something about keeping the cats out of their room. I stood outside their bedroom for what felt like forever, just listening to that sound. It was clearer now, and it sounded wet, like something soft and damp hitting against the wall. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone steady. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. No one was supposed to be home. No one should be answering. The thumping stopped for a second, then continued. Thump, thump, thump. I pushed the door open wider with my foot. Their bedroom looked normal at first glance. Bed made perfectly. Mom's a neat freak. Curtains drawn, everything in its place. But then I noticed their closet door was slightly open, and the sound was definitely coming from in there. Thump, thump, thump. My first thought was that one of our cats had somehow gotten trapped in there and was trying to get out. That made sense, right? Maybe he knocked something over that was making the noise. I walked over to the closet, my socks silent on the carpet. The closer I got, the more my skin crawled. The thumping was definitely coming from inside, but it sounded too heavy to be our cat. I reached for the closet handle, and I swear my hand was moving in slow motion. Every instinct was screaming at me to just turn around and leave, call my parents, call the police, call anybody, but I didn't listen. I pulled the door open wider. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. There was a man crouched inside my parents' closet. Not just any man. He was filthy, with greasy hair hanging in front of his face, wearing stained clothes that reeked of body odor and something worse. He was rocking back and forth, his forehead hitting the wall with each forward motion. Thump, thump, thump. He didn't seem to notice me at first. He just kept rocking, kept hitting his head against the wall. There was a small smear of something dark where his head made contact. Blood or dirt. I couldn't tell. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It was like my entire body had shut down from shock. This couldn't be real. There couldn't be a strange man hiding in my parents' closet. Then he stopped rocking and slowly raised his head to look at me. His eyes were bloodshot, wild, unfocused. For a split second, we just stared at each other. I'll never forget the way his cracked lips spread into this horrible grin, revealing yellowed teeth. "You weren't supposed to find me," he whispered. That broke my paralysis. I screamed and dropped my phone, the flashlight beam spinning crazily as it hit the floor. I turned and ran, hearing him scramble to his feet behind me, the sound of his heavy breathing, the thud of his footsteps as he followed me. It was like every nightmare I've ever had. I flew down the stairs, nearly falling in my panic. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps uneven but fast. My mind was racing. Front door, too far. Back door, he'd catch me before I could unlock it. I needed a weapon, something to defend myself with. I darted into the kitchen, frantically looking around for anything I could use. My eyes landed on the cast iron skillet my mom had left on the stove after making breakfast that morning. I grabbed it, the heavy iron cold and solid in my hands, and spun around just as he came lurching into the kitchen. Up close, he looked even worse. His skin had this gray, waxy quality to it, like he hadn't seen sunlight in months. His clothes were caked with filth, and the smell coming off him was so strong it made my eyes water. But it was his expression that terrified me most, this mixture of anger and excitement, like he was enjoying my fear. "Where have you been hiding, pretty girl?" he slurred, taking a step toward me. "Been watching you, all alone tonight." I backed up against the counter, the skillet held out in front of me. "Stay back. I've called the police." I lied, wishing I hadn't dropped my phone upstairs. He didn't seem to care. He lunged at me, hands outstretched, aiming for my throat. I don't remember making the decision to swing. It was pure instinct. The skillet connected with the side of his head with a sickening thud, the impact sending shockwaves up my arms. He dropped like a stone, crumpling to the floor with a groan. I stood there for maybe 5 seconds, shaking uncontrollably, before I realized he might get up again. I ran to the landline phone on the wall and dialed 911, my fingers trembling so badly I had to try twice. "911, what's your emergency?" "There's a man in my house." I was sobbing now, the adrenaline crashing through my system. I hit him with a pan. "He's on the floor. Please hurry. I don't know if he'll get up. Stay calm. Is there somewhere safe you can go while units respond?" I looked at the man on my kitchen floor. He wasn't moving, but I could see his chest rising and falling. I don't want to go upstairs. I'll go to my neighbor's." I kept the dispatcher on the line as I ran next door to Mrs. Kellerman's house. She's this sweet old lady who's lived there forever. I pounded on her door until she answered in her bathrobe, looking confused and alarmed. The police arrived 4 minutes later. The dispatcher told me the exact time, but it felt like hours. 3 patrol cars pulled up with lights flashing but no sirens. The officers made me and Mrs. Kellerman stay outside while they cleared my house. I was shivering despite the warm night, partly from shock and partly from the realization of how close I'd come to. I don't even want to think about what could have happened. One of the officers, a woman named Rodriguez, came out to talk to me while the others dealt with the man, who was apparently still unconscious in our kitchen. "He's a local vagrant," she explained. "We've picked him up before for trespassing, public intoxication. Name's Edward Whitmore. How long have you been noticing things out of place in your home?" "What? I haven't," I said, confused. Officer Rodriguez gave me this look that made my skin crawl all over again. "Based on his condition and what we found upstairs, we think he's been living in your house for a while. Days, maybe weeks." I felt like I was going to throw up. "Living here? How is that possible? We would have noticed." These older homes, especially ones with attics and multiple closets, it happens more than people realize. They come in through an unlocked window or door, find a space to hide, and only move around when everyone's asleep or out of the house. They take small amounts of food, use the bathroom when no one's home. I remembered the missing leftovers my dad had accused my brother of eating last week. The water running in the upstairs bathroom when no one was supposed to be home. The strange smells we'd attributed to the old house's plumbing. "We found a makeshift bed in your attic," she continued. "Some food wrappers, bottles of waste. He's been up there a while." My parents came home while the police were still there. My mom was hysterical, holding on to me and crying. My dad just looked shell-shocked, especially when they showed him what they'd found in our attic. A nest of blankets stolen from our linen closet. Some of our family photos arranged in a disturbing collage. Empty food containers. Bottles of urine. The police took Whitmore away in an ambulance. Apparently, I'd hit him hard enough to give him a concussion. They said he'd be taken to the hospital for evaluation, then most likely to the psychiatric ward before facing charges. My parents didn't want to stay in the house that night, so we went to a hotel. We picked up my brother from his friend's house but didn't tell him the full story, just that there had been a break-in. He doesn't need those nightmares. We're back home now, but everything feels different. Dad installed a security system the next day. Mom deep cleaned the entire house, especially the attic and all the closets, but it doesn't matter. I can't stop thinking about him living in our home, watching us, moving around while we slept. How many times did he stand over my bed? How many showers did I take while he was hiding somewhere in the house? Every creak, every shadow makes me jump. I've started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed. I check under my bed, in my closet, behind the shower curtain constantly. But the worst part, the thing that keeps me up at night, is that I never checked the attic that night. If I hadn't heard him thumping his head against the wall, if he had stayed quiet in his little nest up there, how long would he have kept living with us, unseen? What was he planning to do? And even though they caught him, I can't shake this feeling. What if there's someone else? What if right now, as I'm writing this, someone is hiding somewhere in this house, watching me, waiting for me to go to sleep? Every sound I hear makes me wonder, and I don't think I'll ever feel safe in my own home again. Story 6. I've been driving big rigs for almost 20 years now. You get used to the long stretches of empty road, the weird hours, and the strange things you sometimes see when you've been awake too long. But what happened to me 3 weeks ago on Highway 95? That wasn't fatigue or my mind playing tricks. I'm still not sleeping right because of it. I've never shared this with anyone except my dispatcher, who probably thinks I need psychiatric help now, but I need to get this out somewhere, even if nobody believes me. It was a Thursday night, or technically Friday morning, around 2 a.m. I was hauling a refrigerated load of produce from Vegas to Boise. Highway 95 cuts through some of the most desolate country you'll ever see in Nevada. Miles of nothing but scrubland, rocky hills, and the occasional abandoned gas station. The CB had been quiet most of the night, just the usual chatter about speed traps and road conditions. I'd been listening to a podcast to stay awake, some true crime thing about disappearances in national parks. Not the smartest choice given where I was driving, but it kept me alert. Around Coaldale Junction, the CB suddenly crackled to life. It was another trucker, his voice tense. Heads up to anybody northbound on 95. Just past a hitchhiker about 10 miles north of Coaldale. Don't pick 'em up. Something ain't right. I remember rolling my eyes. We're always warning each other about hitchhikers, especially in the middle of nowhere at night. Nothing new there. Another voice came on. That the woman in the white jacket. Passed her about an hour ago. She give anyone else the creeps. Didn't even look like she was walking, just standing there. Then a third driver chimed in. Boys, that stretch of road ain't had a hitchhiker in years that wasn't trouble. Last guy who picked someone up there lost 3 hours of time and woke up in his cab with all his personal stuff gone. I wasn't planning on stopping anyway. Company policy is clear. No hitchhikers. Insurance won't cover it, and it's just asking for trouble. But I'd be lying if I said the chatter didn't make me a little uneasy. I turned the podcast off and cranked the radio up instead. Some classic rock station cutting in and out with the mountains. The night was moonless and darker than usual. My high beams cut through the blackness, but they only illuminated about 100 feet ahead. The temperature display showed 28 degrees, cold for that time of year even in the desert. I remember checking my fuel gauge, 3/4 full. Plenty to get me to the next truck stop in Tonopah. I'd just passed a sign saying Tonopah was 57 miles ahead when my headlights caught something at the edge of the road. A figure standing motionless, not walking or with a thumb out, just standing there, facing the road. It was a woman in what looked like a light-colored jacket, exactly like the guys on the CB had described. I gripped the wheel tighter and kept my eyes forward, planning to blow right past her. But as I got closer, I noticed she was waving her arms frantically. Not like a normal hitchhiker, but like someone desperately trying to flag down help. My instinct was still to drive on. This was exactly the situation the other drivers had warned about. Then I saw her face in my headlights. She looked terrified. Genuine fear, not the kind you can fake. She was maybe 30, with dark hair whipping around her face in the wind, and she was crying. I'm not proud of what I did next. 20 years of experience told me to keep driving. But I've got a daughter about that age, and the thought of her stranded in the middle of nowhere scared out of her mind. I couldn't just drive by. I slowed the rig, pulling onto the shoulder about 50 feet past her. In my side mirror, I watched her run toward the truck, constantly looking over her shoulder like something was chasing her. I opened the passenger door but kept my hand near the tire iron I keep between the seats. Call me paranoid, but out here you can't be too careful. Thank you, she gasped as she climbed in. She was shivering violently. I thought no one would stop. Up close, she looked even more frightened. Her face was pale, with dark circles under her eyes. Her jacket, which was actually pale blue, not white, was torn at one sleeve. "What are you doing out here?" I asked, still not pulling back onto the highway. "Middle of nowhere, middle of the night. Where's your car?" She wrapped her arms around herself. "My name's Anna. My boyfriend and I had a fight. He left me here. Drove off about 2 hours ago." She started crying again. "But that's not why I was waving like that. There's someone out here. I keep seeing her, following me." The hairs on my neck stood up. "Someone following you? Another hitchhiker?" Anna shook her head. "I don't know what she is. She looks wrong, like there's something not right about her face. She keeps appearing and disappearing. I sound crazy. I know." Part of me wanted to tell her to get out right then. This was exactly the kind of bizarre story that ends with a driver robbed or worse. But she was genuinely terrified, and I couldn't see anyone else out in the darkness. "I'm headed to Tonopah," I said. "I can take you that far. There's a sheriff's station there." The relief on her face was immediate. "Thank you. I'm sorry to be trouble." I pulled back onto the empty highway, uneasy but telling myself I'd done the right thing. We rode in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the rumble of the engine and the occasional static from the radio. I noticed Anna kept looking in the side mirror. "You got a phone?" I asked. "Should call someone to meet you in Tonopah." She pulled a dead cell phone from her pocket. "Battery's been dead for hours. I tried flagging down other trucks before yours. Nobody stopped." That struck me as odd. "How many trucks passed you?" 3, I think, maybe 4. They all slowed down, like they were going to stop, but then they sped up and left. I frowned. That wasn't normal trucker behavior. If they'd slowed down, they'd seen her, and the guys on the CB had only mentioned seeing her, not almost stopping for her. About 10 miles down the road, my truck's electrical system started acting up. The headlights dimmed, then brightened again. The radio cut out completely, replaced by a low hum. Even the dashboard lights flickered. "Damn it," I muttered, tapping the dashboard. Alternator might be going. Anna had tensed up beside me. "It's her. She's doing this." "Who?" I asked, though I already knew what she meant. "The woman I told you about. The one following me. This happened right before my boyfriend's car died too." I wanted to tell her that was nonsense, but just then, the temperature inside the cab dropped dramatically. I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. The heater was still blasting, but it was like someone had opened a freezer door. The headlights dimmed again, nearly going out entirely before surging back to full brightness, and that's when I saw her. Standing in the middle of the highway directly in front of us was a woman. A woman who looked exactly like Anna. Same height, same build, same blue jacket. But her face, God, her face was wrong. It was gaunt, skeletal, with black pits where the eyes should be, and she was smiling, a terrible wide grin that stretched too far across her face. I slammed on the brakes, the trailer jackknifing slightly behind us. We skidded to a stop maybe 10 feet from the figure. Anna was screaming beside me, pressing herself back against the seat. "That's her," she shrieked. "That's what I've been seeing." The thing in the road raised its hands toward us. They weren't human hands, but elongated, with fingers too long and too thin, ending in points rather than nails. And it spoke, its mouth barely moving, but the words somehow clear inside my head. "Join me, Anna. You promised." The truck's engine died completely. The headlights went out, plunging us into total darkness. The only illumination came from the moon, which had suddenly emerged from behind the clouds, casting everything in a pale, sickly light. When my eyes adjusted, the figure was gone from the road, but a scratching sound came from the passenger side of the cab, like nails or claws dragging across metal. "She's outside," Anna whispered. "She's right outside the door." The scratching moved to the back of the cab, then to my side. I tried the ignition, but the engine wouldn't turn over, not even a click, complete electrical failure. Then the temperature dropped even further. The windows frosted over in seconds, ice crystals forming in intricate patterns, and through the frost on my window, I could see a face pressing against the glass. That same skeletal face, those black empty eyes that stretched grin. "We need to run," I said, my voice shaking. "My truck isn't starting, and we're sitting ducks here." Anna nodded, her face streaked with tears. "Where? There's nothing out here for miles." I had spotted a Forest Service road about a quarter-mile back. It led into a stand of pinyon pines. Not much cover, but better than being exposed on the highway. "Back down the road," I said. "There's a dirt track into some trees. We can hide there until another truck comes by." I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment. It flickered weakly, but stayed on. I also took the tire iron, though what good it would do against whatever that thing was, I had no idea. "When I say go, we both get out on my side and run," I told her. "Stay close to me." The scratching had moved to the roof now. Slow, deliberate scrapes across the metal. Thump, 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 like it was testing different spots. "Now." I shoved my door open and half fell out of the cab. Anna scrambled after me. The cold hit us like a physical blow. It had to be well below zero now, an impossible temperature drop. We ran. The flashlight beam bounced wildly across the asphalt as we sprinted back the way we'd come. Behind us, I heard laughter. High-pitched, girlish laughter that echoed across the desert. I risked a glance back. The thing was standing on top of my truck, silhouetted against the moon. It wasn't moving, just watching us. But somehow I knew it wasn't worried about us escaping. It was toying with us. We found the dirt road and plunged into the trees. They weren't thick enough to provide much cover, but at least we were off the highway. We kept running until my lungs burned from the cold air, then finally stopped, crouching behind a large boulder. "What the fuck is that thing?" I gasped, trying to catch my breath. Anna was shaking uncontrollably. "It's been following me since Jerome left me here. At first I thought it was another hitchhiker, but it kept changing. Sometimes it looks normal, like a regular woman. Then it turns into that thing, and it keeps saying I promised to join it." "Did you promise it something?" She shook her head violently. "No, I never even spoke to it. It just appeared after Jerome drove off." The laughter came again, closer now, among the trees. My flashlight was growing dimmer by the second. "We can't stay here," I said. "We need to get back to the highway. Another truck will come along eventually." But as I stood up, my flashlight caught movement between the trees. The figure was there, maybe 50 feet away, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Not quite walking, more like it was being pulled forward in stops and starts like a marionette. We ran again, deeper into the sparse forest. The ground was rocky and uneven. Anna fell once, scraping her hands badly, but I pulled her back up. The laughter followed us, sometimes seeming to come from multiple directions at once. My flashlight died completely. We were running blind now, guided only by the faint moonlight filtering through the branches. I had no idea where we were or which way the highway was. We just ran away from the laughter, from the cold spots we kept hitting, like walking through invisible freezers. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we stumbled into a clearing and I realized we'd been going in a circle. My truck was visible in the distance, still dark and silent on the highway. "It's herding us," Anna whispered. "It wants us back on the road." As if on cue, the thing appeared at the edge of the clearing. In the moonlight, it looked more human, almost normal except for that stretched smile. It raised one elongated hand and beckoned to Anna. "You promised," it said again, its voice somehow inside my head. "When you're alone and afraid, call my name and I'll come." You did. You called. Anna was sobbing now. I didn't call anyone." But there was doubt in her voice, fear, but also recognition. The thing took a step closer. When he left you, you stood at the roadside and said you'd do anything not to be alone. Anything, Anna, those are the words. That's the promise. I stepped between Anna and the thing. Stay back, I warned, raising the tire iron. It felt pathetically inadequate. The thing tilted its head like a curious bird. Then it laughed again, and the sound was like ice picks in my ears. You can't protect her, Thomas Harris. Big Rig Tom, you have your own promises to keep. It knew my name. My nickname, the one painted on the door of my truck. I felt sick. The highway, I said to Anna, not taking my eyes off the thing. We need to get back to the highway. Now. We backed away slowly, then turned and ran for the road. The thing didn't follow immediately. It just stood there watching, that awful smile still fixed on its face. We reached the highway, and I nearly collapsed with relief when I saw headlights approaching from the south. Another truck. We stood in the middle of the road, waving our arms frantically. The truck slowed, its air brakes hissing as it came to a stop. An older driver leaned out of his window, looking concerned. You folks all right? That your rig up ahead with the hazards on? I hadn't left my hazard lights on. They must have started working again after we fled. Please, I gasped. We need a ride, just to the next town. The driver looked skeptical, but after seeing our terrified faces and the condition we were in, he nodded. Climb in. I'll radio for a tow for your truck. As we approached his cab, I felt the air turn cold again. I looked back toward the trees and saw the thing standing at the edge of the forest. It wasn't smiling anymore. Its face was twisted in rage, its mouth open in a silent scream. Hurry, I urged Anna, practically shoving her into the truck ahead of me. The new driver was already on his CB, reporting a disabled truck. As he pulled away, I kept my eyes on the side mirror, watching the thing by the roadside. Just before we turned a bend and lost sight of it, I saw it raise one skeletal hand in a wave. Not goodbye, a promise. We'll meet again. The driver took us to Tonopah, where we gave statements to a very confused sheriff's deputy. Anna didn't mention the supernatural aspects of what happened, just said we were running from someone who had threatened her. I followed her lead. Who would believe the truth? The deputy arranged for a tow of my truck, which was found exactly where we left it, with no mechanical issues they could identify. It started right up for the tow driver. I never saw Anna again after that night. She got a bus ticket south the next morning, but I still drive that route sometimes. Highway 95 through Nevada. I don't stop for hitchhikers anymore, and I keep my eyes on the tree line when I pass that particular stretch of road, because I know she's still out there, waiting at the roadside for someone alone and desperate enough to make a promise. I hear her laughter sometimes on the CB radio, just static and giggles that nobody else seems to notice. And when I drive through that spot at night, my headlights still dim, just for a second, just long enough to remind me she's watching and waiting. Story 7. I've been trying to make sense of what happened that night for months now. Every time I close my eyes, I can still feel the weight crushing down on me. I'm not even sure if writing this will help, but I need to get it out somehow. Maybe one of you has experienced something similar and can help me understand what the hell happened in my bedroom that night. I'm 19, living with my dad in our old house in Hillcrest, Virginia. It's a small rural town where nothing ever happens, which makes what I experienced even more unsettling. We've lived here since I was little, after my mom left. It's just been the two of us in this creaky old house with too many rooms for just 2 people. My room is pretty standard for someone my age. I've got fairy lights strung up around my bunk bed with Polaroid photos clipped to them. Pictures of me and my high school friends, my dad and me at the county fair, my cat Jinx who passed away last year. Normal stuff. The bunk bed is this sturdy wooden thing we've had forever. Dad sleeps on the top bunk, I'm on the bottom. It's weird, I know, but our house has weird heating issues, and the only room that stays consistently warm in winter is mine. Plus, he snores less when he's not lying flat, and the top bunk is slightly inclined. I should mention that I've always had nightmares, like my entire life. Dad used to have to come running when I'd wake up screaming as a kid. Usually, they're just the standard fare, being chased, falling, showing up to school naked, that sort of thing. But starting last month, they changed. They got specific and intense. So intense, I'd wake up gasping for air with my heart trying to pound its way out of my chest. The night it happened was March 15th. I remember the date because I had a biology midterm the next day that I was stressing about. I'd been studying all evening and went to bed around 11. Dad came in around midnight. I was still awake, staring at my phone, but pretended to be asleep so he wouldn't lecture me about screen time before bed. I must have actually fallen asleep shortly after, because the next thing I knew, I was having the most vivid dream of my life. In the dream, I was standing in an empty parking lot, looking up at this massive building. It was swaying, creaking, like it was about to collapse. Then suddenly, it started tipping toward me. I could see every detail, the windows reflecting sunlight, the concrete crumbling, even birds flying away from it in panic. I knew I should run, but my feet wouldn't move. As the building fell, I threw my hands up in this pathetic attempt to stop a skyscraper from crushing me. I could actually feel the pressure building on my arms as the shadow of the building enveloped me. And then I woke up, except the pressure on my arms was real. There was something heavy on me, crushing me, pressing into my face. In those first few seconds of consciousness, I couldn't understand what was happening. It was pitch black, and something massive was covering my entire upper body. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't see. All I felt was weight and fabric against my face. I started screaming, but the sound was muffled. My arms were already up from the dream, pushing against whatever was smothering me. My mind went straight to the worst place. Someone was in my room trying to kill me, suffocating me with something. I pushed harder, using every bit of strength I had, and managed to shift whatever it was enough to gasp for air. That's when I realized it was a mattress. My dad's mattress from the top bunk had somehow come down and was now crushing me. I scrambled to push it off me completely, wedging myself into the corner of my bed frame, hyperventilating and still screaming. "Dad! Dad!" I was yelling, disoriented and terrified. Where was he? If his mattress was on top of me, where was he? Just as I managed to push the mattress far enough away to see the room, the door flew open and my dad appeared, looking panicked. He lunged for the light switch, and the exact moment he flipped it, 3 of the bistro lights above my bed exploded with loud pops, sending tiny shards of glass scattering across the room. I'm not exaggerating when I say exploded. They didn't just burn out, they literally shattered, like someone had taken a hammer to them. The timing was so perfect with the light switch that for a split second, I thought my dad had somehow caused it. I was shaking uncontrollably by this point, wedged into the corner of my bed, staring at the mattress that had nearly suffocated me. Dad rushed over, looking from me to the mattress and back again, his face pale. "What happened? Are you okay?" he kept asking, checking me for injuries. I had a small cut on my arm from the glass, but nothing serious physically. Mentally was another story. When I calmed down enough to form complete sentences, I asked him where he'd been. That's when he told me something that made this whole thing 10 times creepier. "I had this dream," he said, sitting on the edge of my bed, still looking shaken. "Someone was telling me to get up, to turn on the light. A voice kept saying, 'Get up now, turn on the light.' It was so real that I actually got out of bed and was halfway to the door when I heard you screaming." He hadn't been in the top bunk when the mattress fell. He'd gotten out of bed just seconds before because of a dream telling him to. Once we both calmed down a bit, we examined the bunk bed to figure out what had happened. This wasn't some flimsy IKEA bunk bed. It was solid wood, old school construction. The top mattress sat on a heavy baseboard that fit into the frame, with wooden slats on all 4 sides to keep it secure. For the mattress to fall, it would have had to be lifted at an angle and pushed through the front opening, something that would take deliberate effort from a fully awake person. Dad and I spent the next hour trying to figure out how it could have happened naturally. We checked if the baseboard was broken. It wasn't. We looked for signs that the frame had given way. Nothing. We even tried to recreate the fall by shaking the frame and pushing the mattress. It wouldn't budge without significant intentional force. There was no explanation for how that mattress ended up on top of me. None. But that's not even the weirdest part. The weirdest part is the coincidence of my dream and my dad's dream. I dreamed of something massive falling on me and put my hands up to stop it. Exactly what happened in reality seconds later. My dad dreamed of a voice telling him to get up and turn on the light, which he did, potentially saving me from being seriously hurt or worse. And then there were the lights exploding at the exact moment the room was illuminated. How does that happen? I've Googled it, and yeah, light bulbs can explode from power surges or if they're screwed in too tight, but 3 at once. At the exact moment my dad hit the switch after all this other weird stuff. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. Dad moved the mattress to the floor of the living room, and we sat there watching mindless TV until sunrise. I failed my biology midterm spectacularly the next day, but honestly that was the least of my concerns. We've since rearranged my room. The bunk bed is gone. We sold it the following weekend. I now have a regular twin bed pushed against the wall, and Dad's using the guest room. I've replaced all the bistro lights with regular ceiling fixtures that don't shatter mysteriously. But I still can't shake the feeling that something supernatural happened that night. It wasn't just a mechanical failure or a coincidence. Something orchestrated that entire sequence of events. Something made that mattress fall. Something gave me that dream. Something told my dad to get up, and something made those lights explode. Was it trying to hurt me, or was it trying to show me it could hurt me but chose not to? Or was something trying to hurt me while something else was trying to protect me? I go back and forth on this constantly. I've never been particularly religious or spiritual, but this experience has me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I've tried talking to a few friends about it, but they all give me the same look. That she's lost it look, mixed with forced sympathy. Dad and I don't really talk about it anymore either, but sometimes I'll catch him staring at the ceiling with this worried expression, like he's waiting for something else to fall. So I guess I'm wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. A physical danger that seems impossible, paired with dreams that predict it, and electrical phenomena that can't be explained. I'm not crazy. This happened exactly as I've described it, and I need to understand why. I still have nightmares, but they're different now. I dream about things falling, always falling. But now there's no one telling my dad to turn on the light. There's just me, alone in the dark, waiting for the weight to crush me again. Story 8. I've been a trucker for over 2 decades now. 23 years of long hauls, diesel fumes, and enough miles to circle the globe dozens of times. You develop instincts in this line of work, when to push through fatigue, when to call it a night, and which jobs to turn down. Last week, I ignored every one of those instincts, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. It was last Thursday when my dispatcher called with what he called a premium opportunity. I'd just finished unloading in Denver and was looking forward to a couple days off before my next scheduled run. But the money they were offering was ridiculous, almost triple my usual rate for a single overnight haul to Salt Lake City. "What's the catch?" I asked, knowing there's always something when the pay is that good. "Weather's looking dicey through the mountains, and it's time sensitive. Steel shipment for a construction project that needs to be there by tomorrow afternoon. Everyone else turned it down." That should have been my first warning. When other truckers turn down good money, there's usually a damn good reason. "Route?" I asked, already guessing. "Devil's Pass." I nearly hung up right there. Devil's Pass isn't its official name, of course. It's a 50-mile stretch of highway cutting through one of the highest mountain passes in the Rockies. The road narrows to 2 lanes with sheer cliffs on one side and a rock face on the other. In good weather, it's challenging. In bad weather, it's a death trap. They've counted over 200 fatalities there in the past 30 years. But the money, I was saving for a down payment on a small piece of land in Montana. This one job would get me there months ahead of schedule. "I'll take it," I said, against my better judgment. 4 hours later, I was behind the wheel of my Peterbilt, pulling an overweight trailer full of steel beams out of Denver. The digital clock on my dash read 10 p.m. The first flakes of snow were just starting to fall. The forecast called for the storm to hit hardest around 2 a.m., right when I'd be in the middle of the pass. My plan was to push through before it got bad, then coast down into Utah where the weather would be clearer. Highway patrol hadn't closed the road yet, which I took as a good sign. The first couple hours were uneventful. The snow picked up, but nothing my wipers couldn't handle. I kept the radio tuned to the weather band, listening for updates. Other than a few cars and the occasional semi, I had the road mostly to myself. Most people were smart enough to stay home. By midnight, I hit the entrance to Devil's Pass. A faded sign warned of steep grades and advised trucks to use lower gears. Below it, someone had spray-painted "Turn Back" in red. Probably some teenager's idea of a joke, but it sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. The snow was coming down harder now, big heavy flakes that limited visibility to maybe 50 yards ahead. My headlights reflected off the white, creating a tunnel effect that played tricks on my eyes. I slowed to about 35 miles per hour, both hands gripping the wheel as my rig labored up the incline. Around 1:30 in the morning, the CB radio crackled to life. I nearly jumped out of my seat, not expecting anyone to be broadcasting. Any eastbound traffic on the pass, be advised road conditions deteriorating fast. Patches of black ice reported at mile marker 87. The voice faded into static. I reached for the handset to respond, but the radio went dead. Probably the mountains interfering with the signal. I checked my location. I was approaching mile marker 87. Sure enough, I could feel my trailer wanting to slide a bit on what must have been ice beneath the fresh snow. That's when I first noticed the headlights in my mirror. At first, I thought nothing of it. Another truck making the night run, probably. But something about those lights bothered me. They were too close together, and they had a yellowish tinge you don't see much anymore with modern LEDs, and they were gaining on me fast. Too fast for these conditions. I tapped my brakes, flashing my taillights as a warning. "Slow down, buddy. It's treacherous up here." The headlights kept coming, closing the gap between us at an alarming rate. I swore under my breath, wondering what kind of idiot would drive like that in a blizzard on Devil's Pass. I eased further right, giving them room to pass if that's what they wanted. They didn't pass. Instead, the vehicle pulled up right behind me, so close I couldn't see their headlights anymore in my mirrors, just the glow they cast on the swirling snow. My heart started hammering. If I had to brake suddenly, they'd plow right into me. "Back off!" I shouted uselessly, slapping my hand against the door. As if hearing me, the vehicle finally moved into the left lane and began to pull alongside my cab. I glanced over, expecting to see some reckless kid or impatient businessman in an SUV. What I saw instead made my blood freeze. Through the curtain of snow, I made out the profile of an ancient Kenworth W900. Its once red paint, now a rust-mottled burgundy. The chrome was tarnished, and the fenders were dented and misshapen. It looked like it had driven straight out of the 70s or early 80s. But that wasn't what sent a spike of terror through my chest. The cab was empty. I blinked hard, certain I was seeing things. The snow was playing tricks on me, or the glare from my own lights was creating some kind of illusion. I leaned forward, straining to get a better look. The other truck matched my speed perfectly, holding steady beside me even as the road curved. Now I could see it was pulling a flatbed loaded with what looked like pipeline segments. Old cargo that no one ships that way anymore, and there was definitely no one behind the wheel. I must have overcorrected in my shock because my trailer started to fishtail slightly. I forced myself to focus on the road, gripping the wheel until my knuckles turned white. When I dared look again, the ghostly truck was still there, pacing me. Its engine made no sound I could hear over my own diesel and the howling wind. But I swear I could feel it. A low vibration that came up through my floorboards, a rhythm that didn't match my engine's pulse. For what felt like miles, we drove side by side through the blizzard. I was terrified to look at it again, but even more terrified to take my eyes off it. My mind raced through rational explanations. I was hallucinating from fatigue. It was some kind of driverless prototype being tested. Someone was lying down in the seat out of my view. None of them felt right. The road ahead narrowed as we approached one of the most dangerous curves in the pass. A sharp bend with a guardrail being the only thing between the asphalt and a 1,000-foot drop. There wasn't room for two vehicles to safely drive side by side. The phantom truck showed no signs of slowing or falling back. I had seconds to make a decision. I couldn't brake. The road was too slick, and my trailer might jackknife. I couldn't speed up with the curve approaching, and I couldn't stay where I was with this thing pushing me toward the edge. "What do you want?" I yelled, knowing there was no one to hear me. Just as we entered the curve, the ghostly truck suddenly swerved, not toward me as I feared, but away from me, toward the cliff edge. It smashed through the guardrail as if it were made of paper and plunged into the darkness beyond. I hit my brakes instinctively, my trailer sliding before the chains I'd put on earlier caught grip. I came to a stop half on the shoulder, my heart pounding so hard I could barely breathe. There was no crash, no explosion, no sound at all except the wind and my idling engine. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes, unable to move. Finally, I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and, against all common sense, climbed out into the freezing night. The guardrail was intact, completely undamaged. I shined my light along its length, looking for any sign of impact. Nothing. But just beyond it, in the fresh snow, I saw them. Tire tracks. 2 distinct sets leading right to the edge and over, as if the guardrail wasn't even there. I stumbled back to my truck, my legs barely supporting me. The clock on my dash read 2:17 a.m. I put the rig in gear and drove, not too fast, not too slow, just steady, keeping my eyes fixed on the road ahead and trying not to look in my mirrors. An hour later, I pulled into a truck stop on the western side of the pass. The snow had let up and there were a few other semis parked in the lot. I was still shaking when I walked into the diner. There were 3 other drivers inside, warming their hands around coffee mugs. They nodded at me as I took a seat at the counter. "You come through the pass tonight?" asked an older guy with a gray beard and a Colorado Rockies cap. I nodded, not trusting my voice yet. "Brave man," he said. "Or foolish. Storm's supposed to drop another foot up there by morning." The waitress brought me coffee I didn't ask for but desperately needed. I wrapped my hands around the mug, feeling the warmth seep into my frozen fingers. "Anything weird happen up there?" asked another driver, younger, maybe in his 30s. There was something in his tone that made me look up. "What do you mean weird?" I asked carefully. The older driver and the younger one exchanged glances. "You're new to this route, aren't you?" said the older man. It wasn't really a question. I usually run the southern corridor, I admitted. This was a last-minute job. The younger driver nodded. "Back in '84, there was this trucker hauling pipeline parts to a project in Utah. Got caught in a blizzard just like this one. They say he was pushing too hard, trying to make his deadline. Took the devil's turn too fast and went over the edge." The devil's turn. The curve where I'd seen the phantom truck disappear. "They recovered the truck?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Eventually. Took search and rescue 3 days to reach the wreck. Rig was totaled, cargo scattered down the mountainside. And the driver?" The older man shook his head. "That's the thing. They never found him. Not in the cab, not thrown from the wreck, nothing, just vanished." I felt the coffee turn to ice in my stomach. "Local legend says he's still trying to make that delivery," continued the younger driver, lowering his voice. "Some truckers claim they've seen an old Kenworth running the pass during storms, no driver at the wheel." "That's just stories," the older driver said, but there was no conviction in his voice. "Things truckers tell to keep themselves awake on long hauls." I said nothing. What could I say? That I'd seen it, that it had driven alongside me before plunging into the same abyss that had claimed it decades ago. I finished my coffee, paid, and went back to my truck. I sat there for a long time, engine running, heater on full blast, but I couldn't get warm. I kept seeing those empty headlights in my mirror, that driverless cab, those tracks in the snow leading to nowhere. I made my delivery in Salt Lake City later that day. The extra money hit my account, just as promised, but it doesn't seem important anymore. I handed in my 2 weeks' notice yesterday. I'll find another way to buy that land in Montana. Some roads aren't meant to be traveled at certain times, by certain people, and some journeys never end, not really, not for everyone. I won't be driving Devil's Pass again, but I know he will be, always. Story 9. I still get chills talking about this. I've tried explaining it to friends, but they just think I'm making it up or exaggerating. I'm not. What happened at my uncle's house in Colombia haunts me to this day. I was 23 when my uncle Carlos invited the whole family to see his new dream home. He'd been talking about building it for years, saving every penny from his business. The house was beautiful, modern architecture with these huge windows overlooking the mountains, a swimming pool, 5 bedrooms. It was everything he'd ever wanted. What none of us knew then was the property's history. About 3 weeks after they moved in, my cousin Daniela, his oldest daughter, started having these intense nightmares. We found out later when I visited for a weekend. She was 19 then, usually super confident and outgoing, but when I saw her that Friday, she looked like she hadn't slept in days. Dark circles under her eyes, jumpy at every sound. "I keep having these dreams," she told me while we were alone in the kitchen. Her voice was shaky. "There's this black figure, like a shadow, but solid somehow. It stands in the corner of my room and just watches me." I remember thinking it was just stress from the move or something. People have weird dreams all the time, right? "But that's not the worst part," she continued, lowering her voice even though no one else was around. It tries to hold me down, like it wants to." She couldn't finish the sentence, but I understood what she meant. The figure was trying to sexually assault her in these dreams. That night, I stayed in the guest bedroom next to hers. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to her screaming, not like in movies where people yell for help. This was different. It was this guttural, primal scream that made my blood freeze. I jumped out of bed and ran to her room. My uncle and aunt were already there. Daniela was pressed against her headboard, eyes wide open but not seeing us. She was hyperventilating, pointing at the corner of the room where there was nothing but shadows. "It was on top of me," she kept saying between gasps. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It was real this time. It wasn't a dream. Her sheets were on the floor, and there were these long red scratches down her arms that weren't there when she went to bed. My aunt was crying, trying to calm her down, while my uncle just stood there looking completely helpless. The next morning, over breakfast, my uncle finally told us about the land. His contractor had mentioned it casually after they'd finished building, like it wasn't important information that should have been disclosed before. The property was once part of a huge hacienda that dated back over 150 years. During Colombia's violent periods of civil unrest in the late 1800s, the hacienda was used by some local militia as a place to deal with their enemies. There had been hangings, shootings, torture. Women who were captured were brought there and assaulted before being killed. The worst part, my uncle's house, specifically Daniela's bedroom, was apparently built exactly where a large tree once stood, the tree they used for hangings. "Why didn't you tell us this before?" I asked him. He shrugged, looking embarrassed. "I thought it was just stories. The land was cheap and I didn't believe in that stuff." That week, things got worse. Daniela refused to sleep in her room, so she was staying with her younger sister, but that didn't stop whatever was happening. 2 nights later, her sister woke up to find Daniela gone from the bed. After searching the house frantically, they found her unconscious in her original bedroom, lying on the floor. When they woke her up, she had no memory of how she got there. The next day, she had bruises on her inner thighs and neck. She couldn't explain them. No one could. My aunt, who was much more religious than my uncle, called their parish priest. He came to the house that same day. I remember him looking very serious as he walked through the rooms, pausing longest in Daniela's bedroom. He touched the walls, looked out the windows, and stood for a long time in that corner she kept pointing to in her nightmares. "There's something here," he said finally. "Something very old and very angry." He recommended an exorcism, not of Daniela, but of the house itself, particularly her room. My uncle, who had been skeptical until now, didn't argue. The exorcism was scheduled for the following evening. I almost left before it happened. I had work on Monday. But something told me to stay. I'm still not sure if that was the right decision. 7 of us were there: my uncle, aunt, their 3 kids, including Daniela, the priest, and me. We gathered in Daniela's room just as the sun was setting. The priest had brought holy water, a Bible, and some other things in a leather bag. He asked us to form a circle and hold hands. It started normally enough: prayers, Bible readings. But about 20 minutes in, the air in the room changed. It's hard to explain, but it felt heavier, colder, like the oxygen was being slowly sucked out. Daniela, who had been quietly praying with us, suddenly stiffened. Her head snapped back, and when she looked at us again, her expression was different. Not like herself at all. The priest noticed immediately and focused his prayers on her. That's when she started speaking, but not with her voice. What came out was deep, raspy, almost like it was multiple voices layered on top of each other. I still can't bring myself to repeat what that voice said. The threats, the graphic descriptions of what it wanted to do to her, to all of us. My aunt was crying silently. My uncle looked like he was about to be sick. The younger kids were trembling. The priest never faltered, though. He continued the ritual, while Daniela's body contorted in ways that didn't seem physically possible. At one point, she was on all fours on the bed, her back arched unnaturally, staring at us upside down with this horrible grin. The worst moment came near the end, about 90 minutes in. Daniela suddenly lurched forward and vomited, not food or bile, but sand. Actual sand, like from a beach, mixed with what looked like small twigs and insects. There was so much of it, more than could possibly have been in her stomach. It just kept coming until there was a pile of it on the floor. The priest's prayers reached a crescendo then, and Daniela collapsed. When she came to a few minutes later, she was herself again, confused, exhausted, with no memory of what had happened. The priest blessed the entire house before leaving, but he was particularly concerned about that room. "The entity is connected to this specific place," he told my uncle. "The ritual has weakened it, but the room itself may still be contaminated." My uncle wanted to seal off the room completely, but they couldn't afford to lose the space in the house. Instead, they turned it into a storage room. No one slept there anymore, except sometimes guests, like me, when I visited. I didn't know about the room's new designation the next time I stayed over, about 2 months later. They'd cleared out all of Daniela's things, painted the walls, put in different furniture. My aunt assured me everything was fine now. "The priest blessed it twice," she said, "and we haven't had any problems since." I believed her. I wanted to believe her. But that night, I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Slow, deliberate footsteps that stopped right outside. I lay there frozen, watching the shadow of feet visible in the crack under the door. They stood there for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute or two, then moved on. I told myself it was just someone going to the bathroom. But the next night, the same thing happened, at exactly the same time. On the 3rd night, I decided to be brave. When I heard the footsteps stop, I got up and yanked open the door. The hallway was empty, completely empty, but the bathroom door at the end was slowly swinging closed, as if someone had just gone in. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to decide what to do. Then I heard water running in the sink. Someone was definitely in there. I walked to the bathroom door and knocked softly. No answer, but the water kept running. "Hello?" I called quietly, not wanting to wake the whole house. The water shut off abruptly. I waited, but no one came out. After a minute or so of standing there like an idiot, I pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty. The sink was dry. I barely slept the rest of that night, and the next day I made up an excuse to go back to Bogota early. I couldn't bring myself to tell my aunt and uncle what happened. They seemed so relieved that things had calmed down. I didn't want to scare them again, but I couldn't stay away forever. My uncle's birthday celebration brought me back about 6 months later. Things seemed normal. Daniela was doing better. She'd moved into the university dorms in the city and only came home on weekends. No one mentioned any strange occurrences. I was given a different room this time, thankfully, but on the second night, I woke up around 4 in the morning needing to use the bathroom. As I walked back to my room afterward, I glanced down the hallway and saw Daniela standing outside her old bedroom door. She was in a white nightgown, just standing there, staring at the door. "Daniela," I whispered, "are you okay?" She turned to look at me, and my heart nearly stopped. Her face was blank, expressionless, her eyes somehow wrong, like they were too dark, too empty. She stared at me for several seconds without blinking, then slowly raised her finger to her lips in a shh gesture. Then she turned and walked into the old bedroom, closing the door behind her. I stood there paralyzed with fear. Daniela wasn't even supposed to be home that weekend. She had exams at university. I knew because my aunt had mentioned it at dinner. I ran to my aunt and uncle's room and woke them up, telling them what I'd seen. My uncle grabbed a baseball bat from under their bed and we went to the storage room together. When he threw open the door, the room was empty. No Daniela. The window was closed and locked from the inside. The next morning, my aunt called Daniela at university. She answered on the first ring, sounding completely normal. She had never left campus. That was the last time I stayed at my uncle's house, but not the last time I heard about the thing that lives there. The security guards who patrol the gated community have reported seeing strange figures walking the property at night. A woman in white, children who disappear when approached, what they describe as witches flying over the houses. One guard quit after swearing he saw my cousin standing in the yard at 3 in the morning, staring at him. When he approached her, she smiled. He said her mouth opened wider than a human mouth should be able to, and then she sank into the ground. My uncle has tried to sell the house twice now. Both times, the sales fell through at the last minute for bizarre reasons. The first buyer's money disappeared from their account the day before closing. The second buyer had a heart attack while signing the papers. They still live there. They've learned to coexist with whatever it is. My aunt has covered the house in religious symbols. They never use the storage room. They've accepted that some nights they'll hear footsteps, voices, crying. They've accepted that sometimes one of them will see another family member in the house when that person isn't really there. I've asked my uncle why they don't just leave. Money be damned. His answer chills me to this day. "Because it would follow us," he said. "The priest told us. It's attached to Daniela now. Wherever she goes, it would go too. At least here, we know what we're dealing with." I don't know if that's true. I don't know if they really know what they're dealing with at all. I only know that sometimes in my own apartment hundreds of miles away, I wake up at exactly 3 in the morning for no reason. And sometimes, just for a second, I think I see someone who looks just like me, standing in the corner of my room, smiling. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened that Sunday evening at my grandmother's farm 7 years ago. I was 15 back then, just a normal kid from rural Appalachia who liked video games and hanging out with friends. Nothing special. Our family would always gather at my grandmother's farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, Ohio, for Sunday dinner. And I mean nowhere. Her property sat on 80 acres of dense woodland, so isolated that we didn't even have internet there until I was like 5 or 6. That particular Sunday seemed completely normal at first. The adults were all gathered around the kitchen table after dinner, drinking coffee and talking about boring stuff like they always did. Us kids were sprawled across the living room watching TV, except for my little cousin Tommy, who was 7 at the time. His parents had let him walk home alone since their house was just down the path from Grandma's, maybe a 5-minute walk along this gravel road that ran beside the woods. It wasn't dangerous or anything. Everybody knew everybody out there, and kids would often walk between the family properties. I remember I was half asleep on the couch when the screen door slammed open. Tommy came rushing in, his face pale and his eyes wide. He was breathing so hard he could barely get the words out. I'll never forget the look on his face, pure terror, like he'd seen a ghost or something. There's something out there," he kept saying, tugging on my grandpa's sleeve. "In the woods, by the big oak tree." He was practically in tears. Of course, the adults just laughed it off. My grandpa ruffled his hair and told him it was probably just a deer or maybe one of the neighbor's dogs that had gotten loose again. My aunt told him to stop watching those scary movies before bedtime. Nobody was taking him seriously. I felt kind of bad for the kid. He looked genuinely frightened, and the adults dismissing him seemed to make it worse. So, partly because I was bored, and partly because I wanted to mess with him a little, I volunteered to walk him back home and protect him from whatever monster he thought he saw. I figured I'd tease him the whole way about being scared of shadows. "Come on, Tommy," I said, getting up from the couch. "I'll walk with you, and we can go monster hunting." I winked at my aunt, who gave me a grateful look for handling her scared kid. We headed out the back door and started up the trail behind Grandma's house. It was early spring, so the sun was just starting to set, casting long shadows through the trees. I was giving Tommy a hard time, asking him if the monster had big teeth or claws, that kind of stuff. He wasn't laughing, though. He kept looking nervously into the woods. "It was right there," he whispered suddenly, stopping dead in his tracks about halfway down the path. He pointed toward a clearing about 20 feet into the woods. I was about to make another joke when something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or maybe a trash bag caught in the trees, but as I focused on the spot Tommy was pointing at, my blood ran cold. Standing just inside the tree line, maybe 3 yards ahead of us, was something. I don't know how else to describe it except as a tall, pure black mass. It had to be at least 7 feet tall, completely black, not like dark-skinned or wearing black clothes, but like it was absorbing all the light around it. It wasn't shaped exactly like a person, more like a slightly humanoid silhouette, but wrong somehow. The proportions weren't right. I kept waiting for my eyes to adjust, thinking it had to be a trick of the light or maybe a tarp caught in the trees or something. Maybe even a bear standing on its hind legs. But the longer I stared, the more details I could make out, and that's when the real fear set in. It had eyes, small, dark, beady eyes that somehow stood out against the blackness of its face. And below them was what looked like a flat, pug-like nose without any snout. There was no mouth that I could see, or maybe it blended into the blackness. The whole thing seemed to vibrate or shiver slightly, not like it was cold, but like it was alive in some way. Breathing maybe, or just existing in a way that things in our world don't normally exist. I grabbed Tommy's arm. "Do you see that?" I whispered, hoping to God he would say no. "That's it," he whispered back. "That's what I saw." For several seconds we just stood there, frozen, staring at this thing, and it seemed to be staring back at us. It didn't move toward us or make any sound. It just existed, vibrating slightly, watching. Then some primal instinct kicked in and I yanked Tommy's arm. "Run!" I shouted, and we both turned and sprinted back toward Grandma's house. Tommy fell once on the gravel, scraping his knee, but I pulled him up and we kept going. We burst into the kitchen, both of us breathing hard and probably white as sheets. The adults looked up, startled. "What's wrong with you two?" my grandpa asked, frowning. "There's something in the woods," I gasped out. Tommy wasn't making it up. "There's something out there right now." My aunt rolled her eyes. "Jacob, don't encourage him," she said. "I'm serious," I insisted. It's like a person, but not a person. It's just standing there, watching." My grandpa sighed, clearly thinking this was some kind of teenage prank. "If you're trying to scare your grandmother, it's not funny." I was getting frustrated now. "I'm not making this up. Come look for yourself." "I'm not traipsing through the woods at sunset because you kids have an overactive imagination," Grandpa said firmly. I knew the adults weren't going to believe us, so I turned to my other cousins, 14-year-old Matt and 9-year-old Lily, who were still watching TV in the living room. "Matt, Lily, come on," I said. There's something weird in the woods. We'll show you." Matt looked skeptical but curious. Lily, always up for an adventure, jumped right off the couch. We headed back outside, with Tommy reluctantly joining us after I promised we wouldn't get too close. "This better not be a setup for you to jump out and scare us," Matt warned as we walked down the path. "Just wait," I told him, my heart pounding harder with every step. Part of me was hoping the thing would be gone, that it had just been a weird shadow or my imagination, but another part of me needed validation that what I'd seen was real. We reached the spot where Tommy and I had been standing before. I pointed toward the trees. There, right there, and it was still there, exactly where we'd left it. The black mass standing unnaturally still, except for that subtle vibration. In the fading light, it seemed even darker somehow, like a hole cut into reality. "Holy shit," Matt whispered, all skepticism gone from his voice. Lily grabbed my hand, squeezing it tight. "What is that?" she asked, her voice small. "I don't know," I admitted. Matt, always the brave one, took a cautious step forward. "Hey!" he called out, his voice cracking slightly. "Who's there?" The thing flinched. That's the only way I can describe it. It seemed to jump slightly, not off the ground completely, but like its whole form jerked in response to Matt's voice. Then it shifted position ever so slightly, turning more directly toward us. That was enough for all of us. Without a word, we turned and ran, all four of us this time, not stopping until we were back inside the house. The door slammed and locked behind us. The adults were still at the table, looking annoyed at our continued disruption. "It's still there," I said, my voice shaking. All of us saw it, right? Matt, Lily, and Tommy all nodded, their faces serious. "It moved when Matt yelled at it," Lily added. "My grandpa looked at our faces and must have finally realized we weren't just playing around." He sighed heavily and stood up. "Fine. Show me this thing in the woods." We all went back outside together, with my grandpa grabbing a flashlight from the drawer and my uncle deciding to come along too. As we walked down the path, I kept thinking about how the thing had reacted when Matt yelled at it. What if it was dangerous? What if it followed us back to the house? But when we reached the spot and my grandpa shined his light into the woods where we'd seen the figure, there was nothing there. "It was right there," I insisted, pointing to the exact spot. "I swear to God it was right there just a few minutes ago." My grandpa swept the flashlight beam around the area but found nothing unusual. "Probably just a bear," he said finally. "They can stand up on their hind legs, you know. Might have wandered off when it heard us coming." "It wasn't a bear," Tommy said firmly. "Bears don't look like that." "It was completely black," I added, "and tall, really tall." My grandpa and uncle exchanged looks. "Well, whatever it was, it's gone now," my uncle said. "Let's head back before it gets completely dark." We walked back to the house in silence. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that black mass following us, but there was nothing. The rest of the evening, the adults tried to rationalize what we'd seen: a bear, a hunter in dark clothing, a shadow cast by the setting sun. But none of us kids bought those explanations. We knew what we'd seen wasn't natural. My aunt decided Tommy would stay at Grandma's that night rather than walk home, and none of us complained. I barely slept, lying awake and staring at the ceiling, replaying the image of that thing in my mind. The next morning, my uncle and grandpa went to check the spot in daylight. They found nothing. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing to indicate something had been standing there, but I know the exact spot to this day. There's a small tree stump right beside where it stood, and whenever I visit my grandmother, I avoid walking past that section of woods alone. It's been 7 years, and I've never seen anything like it again. I've researched local folklore, cryptids, even paranormal phenomena, but nothing quite matches what we saw. It wasn't a bear or any animal I know of. Animals don't stand perfectly still for minutes at a time, and they don't cause that kind of instinctual, primal fear. It wasn't a person in a costume. The proportions were all wrong, and the way it vibrated wasn't something a person could mimic. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just my imagination, or that we all somehow experienced a mass hallucination. But then I remember Tommy, how he came running back to the house before I'd seen anything, how genuinely terrified he was. Whatever was in those woods that night was real, and sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I wonder if it's still out there, standing motionless among the trees, watching and waiting. Story 11. I'm still shaking as I type this. I've never told anyone about what happened that day. None of us have. It's been 6 years, and I still wake up in cold sweats hearing that clicking sound. This happened back when I was a freshman in high school. I lived in this tiny town called Pinewood that nobody's ever heard of, tucked away in the hills of western Pennsylvania. Not much to do around there except get into trouble, which is exactly what my friends and I were good at. That Saturday started like any other. Me, Marcus, Devin, Chris, and Tyler met up at Devin's house around noon. His parents owned this big property that backed up to hundreds of acres of woods and hills, and they were gone for the weekend visiting his grandma in Ohio. Devin had these airsoft guns his older brother had left behind when he went to college, and we'd been dying to try them out. We loaded up Devin's dad's old ranch cart with our backpacks, some sodas, chips, and the airsoft guns. It was early October, still warm enough to be outside all day, but cool enough that we wore hoodies. The plan was simple. Drive out to the hills, find a clearing, and have an airsoft war. Nothing crazy. I know this awesome spot about 20 minutes out, Devin said as he started up the cart. My brother used to go there with his friends. None of us questioned it. Devin knew these woods better than any of us, and we were just excited to shoot at each other with plastic pellets like the idiot 14-year-olds we were. The ranch cart bumped along these narrow dirt paths as we went deeper into the hills than I'd ever been before. The trees got thicker, the brush got denser. After about half an hour, not the 20 minutes Devin promised, we came to this strange clearing. "Dude, where are we?" Chris asked, looking around nervously. At the far end of the clearing stood this decrepit wooden shack, not like a cute cabin or anything, more like an old office building that had been abandoned for decades. The windows were busted out, the wood was rotting, and there was a rusted metal fence surrounding the property with big red signs that read, "Keep out" and "Danger" every few feet. My brother said this used to be some kind of research station or something, Devin explained, killing the engine. Government stuff back in the 70s, I think. It's been abandoned forever. Tyler hopped out of the cart first. "Let's check it out." I hesitated. "What about the signs?" "Nobody cares about those," Devin laughed. "They're just to scare off kids." Well, we were kids, and we weren't scared. Stupid, stupid, stupid. We grabbed our airsoft guns and approached the fence. It wasn't very high, maybe 6 feet, with a simple gate that had been chained shut decades ago. The chain was so rusted it practically crumbled when Devin touched it. We didn't even need to open the gate. We just hopped the fence one by one. The air felt different inside that fence, colder somehow, stiller, like the whole place was holding its breath. The ground was overgrown with weeds, but there were these weird patches where nothing grew at all, just bare, dark earth in perfect circles. "This is awesome," Tyler whispered as we approached the shack. Up close, it was even creepier. The door hung off its hinges, and there was this smell coming from inside, not like rot or decay, but something chemical, like bleach mixed with something metallic. We stepped inside, and my eyes took a moment to adjust to the darkness. It was one large room with a few smaller rooms off to the sides. There were old metal desks pushed against the walls, filing cabinets tipped over with papers scattered everywhere, and weird stains on the concrete floor. "Check this out," Chris called from one of the side rooms. We followed his voice and found him standing in what looked like some kind of laboratory. There were broken glass containers, rusty equipment I couldn't identify, and these large metal cages stacked in the corner. "What do you think they were keeping in there?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Probably just raccoons or something for testing," Devin said, but he didn't sound convinced. We spent the next couple hours exploring the shack, picking up old papers, most of which were too faded or water damaged to read. And just being stupid kids, we completely forgot about our airsoft war. This place was way more interesting. It wasn't until I noticed the light changing outside that I realized how late it was getting. The The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the broken windows. "Guys, it's getting dark. We should head back," I said, suddenly feeling very uneasy about being there. No one argued. Something about the approaching darkness made us all nervous. We made our way back to the fence, laughing and shoving each other to break the tension. That's when we heard it for the first time. Click, click, click. It came from the bushes just beyond the fence we had crossed earlier. We all froze. "What was that?" Tyler whispered. Click, click, click. Louder this time, like someone rapidly clicking their tongue against the roof of their mouth, but deeper, unnatural. "Probably just a bird or something," Devin said, but he was already moving faster toward the fence. We scrambled over the fence one by one, suddenly not caring about being cool or taking our time. Something about that sound put primal fear into all of us. We ran to the ranch cart, throwing our backpacks in and piling in as Devin fumbled with the keys. That's when we heard the screech. I've heard mountain lions before. I've heard foxes and coyotes and all kinds of animals that make terrifying sounds at night. This wasn't like any of those. It was high-pitched but guttural at the same time, like something with vocal cords not meant for that kind of sound trying to imitate a human scream. "Go!" I yelled at Devin as the engine finally turned over. As we pulled away, I looked back and saw movement at the fence. Something large was climbing over it, something that wasn't human. Devin floored it down the narrow path we'd come in on. The cart wasn't made for speed, maybe 25 miles per hour max, and the path was bumpy as hell, but he pushed it as hard as he could. Trees and bushes whipped past us on both sides. Click, 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 click. The sound was following us, getting closer. The path was so narrow we couldn't see behind us properly, just straight ahead, and the dense vegetation on either side. "What is that thing?" Chris screamed over the engine. None of us answered. We were too scared to put words to what we'd seen. Then I saw it. Just for a second, through a gap in the bushes to our right, it was running parallel to us, moving faster than we were. Brownish skin or scales, I couldn't tell. Hunched over but tall, taller than any man. But what I remember most clearly were its hands, long elongated fingers ending in massive claws that would put a dinosaur to shame, and they were stained red. I knew instantly it was blood, not rust, not dirt, blood. "It's going to cut us off," I shouted, raising my airsoft gun instinctively. When it burst through the bushes ahead of us, Devin swerved so hard I thought we would flip. The cart tilted on two wheels before crashing back down, and we kept going, but the thing was right there, running alongside us now. We all started firing our airsoft guns at it, useless plastic pellets bouncing off its hide like nothing. It didn't even flinch, just kept pace with us, those dead eyes fixed on our cart. The clicking sound was coming from its throat, I realized. Click, 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 click. Faster now, more urgent. "There's the clearing," Devin yelled, and I saw the trees thinning ahead. As soon as we broke into open ground, the clicking stopped. I looked to the side, and the thing was gone. Just vanished. We didn't slow down. Devin kept that cart at full speed all the way back to his house, none of us saying a word. When we finally pulled up to his garage, we sat there in silence for what felt like forever. The engine idling. "What? What was that?" Tyler finally asked, his voice cracking. None of us had an answer, or maybe we were too scared to say what we thought it was. We went inside Devin's house and immediately called our parents to pick us up, made up some excuse about feeling sick or having homework, anything to get out of there. The weird thing is, we never really talked about it after that day. Within a week, our friend group had fallen apart. We still saw each other at school, but we stopped hanging out, stopped making eye contact in the hallways. It was like we all silently agreed to pretend it never happened. I moved away from Pinewood after sophomore year when my dad got a new job. I haven't been back since, and I don't plan to. Sometimes I look up that area on Google Maps trying to find that shack, but I can never seem to locate it. It's like it disappeared, or maybe I just can't remember exactly where it was, but I remember that clicking sound, clear as day. And sometimes when I'm alone in the woods or even just walking home late at night, I swear I can hear it in the distance. Click, click, click. I still have no idea what that thing was or why it was there. Some kind of experiment gone wrong from that facility. A predator that's lived in those hills for centuries. I don't know. But I know what I saw. I know what chased us. And I know that somewhere in those hills, behind a rusted fence with faded warning signs, something is still there. Waiting, watching, clicking. Story 12. I've never told anyone this story outside of my immediate family because, well, people tend to look at you differently when you claim to have seen a ghost. But what happened to me at the Feather River Inn when I was 6 years old was real, and 23 years later, I can still remember every detail like it happened yesterday. It was the summer of 2000. My dad had gotten a job as part of the restoration crew at this old hotel in Plumas County, California. The Feather River Inn was this massive wooden structure built way back in 1915. Dad was a carpenter who'd immigrated from Finland a few years before I was born, and he specialized in historic restorations. He was really excited about this job, said it was a chance to work with real craftsmanship, whatever that meant to a 6-year-old. I remember the drive up there. The inn sat nestled among these tall pine trees, and from the outside, it looked like something from a postcard. But when we got closer, I could see peeling paint and rotting wood in places. Dad explained they were fixing it up because someone wanted to reopen it as a hotel again. What Dad didn't tell me, but what I overheard him telling Mom on the phone that night, was that the place was supposedly haunted. The crew guys all talked about it during lunch breaks. They said guests and employees over the decades had reported all kinds of strange things. Footsteps in empty hallways, doors opening and closing by themselves, even full-body apparitions. Dad laughed it off when he told Mom, saying it was just stories to explain the creaks and groans of an old building. The restoration company had strict rules about kids on the work site, but since Mom was visiting her sister that week, Dad had to bring me along. He set me up with coloring books and snacks in an empty room on the second floor, not far from where he was working. He'd check on me every 20 minutes or so. "Don't wander off, Marcus," he'd said firmly that morning. "There are tools and nails and places where the floor isn't safe. Just stay in this room, okay?" I nodded, but by midday, I was bored out of my mind. I'd colored every page in my book and eaten all my snacks. I needed to use the bathroom, but Dad was using a loud sander, and I didn't want to interrupt him. I knew there was a bathroom down the hall because Dad had pointed it out earlier, so I slipped out of the room and into the hallway. The second floor was partially renovated. Some areas had new drywall and fresh paint, while others were still stripped down to the studs. The bathroom was maybe 30 feet away, and I walked quickly toward it, my sneakers squeaking on the plastic sheeting that covered the floor. After using the bathroom, I stepped back into the hallway, and that's when I noticed how long and straight it was. It reminded me of those scenes in horror movies where the hallway seems to stretch forever. Not that I was supposed to watch horror movies at 6, but I'd seen bits and pieces when my older cousin was watching them. I stood at one end of this long hallway and looked down its length. The lights were working in this section, but further down, where no renovation work had started yet, it got darker, and that's when I saw her. At the far end of the hallway, maybe 100 feet away, a woman peeked her head around the corner, just her face and shoulder, looking in my direction. I remember thinking she must be one of the crew members' wives, maybe looking for her husband. She had what I thought was curly hair, and from that distance, her skin looked fair, and she wore what seemed like a dark-colored dress. Being a friendly kid, I waved excitedly. "Hi," I called out, my voice echoing down the empty hallway. She didn't wave back. She just stared. Even from that distance, I could feel her eyes on me. It wasn't a normal look. You know how adults usually smile or wave back at kids? She didn't do any of that. She just kept staring, completely still. I lowered my hand slowly, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Something wasn't right about the way she was looking at me. There was an intensity to it that made my stomach feel funny. Just then, I heard Dad calling my name from the room where he'd left me. I turned my head toward his voice for just a second. When I looked back down the hallway, the woman was gone. Curiosity got the better of me. I knew I should go back to Dad, but I wanted to see who the woman was, so I started walking down the hallway toward where she had been standing. The wooden floorboards creaked under the plastic sheeting with each step I took. The further I went, the darker it got. The renovation work hadn't reached this part of the hallway yet. The plastic sheeting ended, and I was walking on old, dusty carpet. The air felt different too, colder and stale, with a musty smell that made my nose wrinkle. When I reached the corner where the woman had been standing, I peeked around it cautiously. There was nothing there, just another dark, empty hallway with doors on either side. All the doors were closed, and some had numbers on them. Old hotel room doors. That's when I realized something that made my blood run cold. Dad had told me that morning that they were only working on the first and second floors. The third floor was off limits because it was in severe disrepair and not safe. But looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, I suddenly understood I wasn't on the second floor anymore. Somehow, without noticing, I'd walked up a staircase to the third floor. I started to feel scared. The hallway was completely silent except for my breathing, which seemed too loud in the quiet. The air felt heavy and cold against my skin, and goosebumps rose on my arms. I turned to go back the way I came, but something made me freeze in place. I remembered what one of the crew guys had said during lunch earlier that day. He'd been telling another worker about the third floor, not realizing I was listening from where I sat with Dad. "They found some weird stuff up there," he'd said in a low voice. "Black and white paintings on some of the walls, these hypnotic swirl patterns that give you a headache if you look at them too long. And when they opened up some of the walls, they found mummified cats inside, like they'd been sealed in there when the place was built." Standing there in that dark hallway, those words came flooding back, and suddenly I was terrified. I wanted to run, but my feet felt too heavy to move. That's when I started noticing details about the woman I'd seen. Details my 6-year-old brain had initially misinterpreted. Her hair hadn't been curly, it had been wild and unkempt, sticking out at odd angles. Her skin hadn't been fair. It had been an unnatural ghostly white, like paper. And her eyes. I realized with horror that what I'd seen as dark eyes from a distance were actually empty, black holes, not eyes at all. And there was something else, something I hadn't fully processed until that moment. When she'd peeked around the corner, I'd only seen her upper body, but thinking back, there had been no shadow where her lower half should have been. It was as if she existed only from the waist up. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I turned and ran, faster than I'd ever run before. I didn't care about the creaking floorboards or the dust I was kicking up. I just needed to get away from there. I found the stairs and practically tumbled down them in my hurry. When I burst back onto the second floor, the bright lights and sounds of construction were the most welcome things I'd ever experienced. I ran straight to where Dad was working, tears streaming down my face. "Marcus, where were you?" Dad dropped his tools and knelt down to my level. "I've been looking everywhere." I tried to explain between sobs about the woman in the third floor, but I was so scared and talking so fast that most of it came out jumbled. Dad looked concerned and confused. "You went to the third floor, Marcus. That area's blocked off. How did you get up there?" I didn't know. I still don't know. The entrance to the third floor was supposed to be sealed with plastic sheeting and caution tape. Dad took my hand and we walked to where the staircase to the third floor should have been. Sure enough, it was completely blocked off, the plastic undisturbed. "See, you couldn't have gone up there," Dad said, his brow furrowed. "You must have gotten confused about where you were. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew where I'd been." Dad was worried enough to call it a day. As we were leaving, one of the older workers, a local guy who'd been part of several renovation attempts at the inn over the years, stopped us in the parking lot. "Everything okay with the little guy?" he asked, noticing my red eyes. Dad explained briefly that I'd gotten scared, thinking I'd seen someone on the third floor. The man's face changed. He looked at me with an expression that was part sympathy, part something else, something that looked a lot like fear. "Was it a woman?" he asked quietly. "With wild dark hair?" I nodded, fresh tears springing to my eyes. The man exchanged a look with my dad. "There are stories," he said carefully, "about a woman who took her own life up there in the 1930s. Hanged herself from the ceiling in one of the rooms. They say she still wanders that floor, looking for someone." Dad thanked him quickly and ushered me to the car. On the drive home, he tried to reassure me, saying that old buildings make people imagine things, that my mind had probably played tricks on me because of the stories I'd overheard. But I know what I saw that day. I know I somehow made it to the 3rd floor, even though it should have been impossible. And I know the woman at the end of the hallway wasn't human. Dad never brought me back to the Feather River Inn. He finished the job without incident, and eventually the restoration was completed. I've looked it up online a few times over the years. The place operates as a hotel again, though the reviews often mention character and historic charm rather than luxury. Sometimes I wonder if other people have seen her. If there's a 6-year-old right now, standing in that long hallway, waving at something they don't understand. I hope not, because 23 years later, I still can't shake the feeling that if I had walked just a little further down that hallway, if I had followed her around that corner, I might never have found my way back. Story 13. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, even though it was 20 years ago when I was just 7 years old. I've never told many people about this, but I need to get it off my chest because it still haunts me. Sometimes I lie awake at night wondering if what I saw was real or if my childhood mind made it all up. But deep down, I know what I saw. Growing up, my mom was super protective. She had all these weird rules that used to drive me crazy. No staying out after dark, no talking to strangers, and the weirdest one of all, never stand too close to open windows, especially at night. She'd tell me, "There are things that wait by windows looking for children. They whisper to them and make them want to jump." As a kid, I'd roll my eyes at her. I thought it was just her way of making sure I didn't fall out accidentally. You know how parents are. They'll make up anything to keep you safe. But after what happened that spring afternoon in 2003, I never questioned her warnings again. We lived in this old apartment building in a pretty rough part of town. It wasn't much, but it was home. Our building faced another identical one, with just this small concrete area between them. From my bedroom window, I could see right into the apartments across from us. Not in a creepy way, it's just how close the buildings were. That day was a Saturday. I remember because I'd been watching my morning cartoons and was bored out of my mind by the afternoon. It was around 4 in the afternoon and the sun was still pretty bright. I was sitting on my bed right next to my window playing with these little action figures my dad had gotten me the week before. That's when I noticed her. There was this girl in the window directly across from mine. She must have been about 5 or 6, a little younger than me. She had these 2 pigtails and was wearing a yellow dress. I remember thinking it was weird because she was just sitting there, staring out the window with this blank look on her face, not playing with toys or watching TV or anything, just staring. I didn't think much of it at first. I waved at her, trying to be friendly, but she didn't wave back. She didn't even blink. She just kept staring straight ahead. I went back to playing with my action figures, but something kept making me look up at her. On my 3rd or 4th glance, I noticed something that made my stomach do this weird flip. There was something behind her, not right behind her, but deeper in the room. At first, I thought it was just a shadow from a lamp or something, but then it moved. It was tall, taller than any grown-up I'd ever seen, and thin, like impossibly thin. I couldn't see any features, just this dark shape that seemed to bend and stretch in ways that didn't make sense. It was like someone had taken a normal shadow and stretched it out. I froze. My whole body went cold, and I couldn't look away. I wanted to scream for my mom, but my voice was stuck in my throat. All I could do was watch as this shadow thing moved closer to the girl. It was slow, almost like it was floating rather than walking. The girl still hadn't moved. She was just sitting there, staring blankly out the window. I wanted to shout at her, to warn her, but no sound would come out. I was paralyzed with fear. Then the shadow reached her. It sort of loomed over her, bending down until it was right next to her ear. I swear I could almost hear something, like a whisper, but that's impossible because we were in different buildings. What happened next will stay with me forever. The girl's blank expression suddenly changed. Her eyes got wide, and her mouth opened in this silent scream. But she wasn't looking at the shadow. She was looking straight ahead, like she couldn't even see it. And then she started to lean forward, slowly at first, and then faster. I finally found my voice and screamed. I screamed so loud my throat hurt. "Mom, Mom, help the girl." But it was too late. By the time my mom came running into my room, the girl had already fallen. She went straight out the window, tumbling down the 3 floors to the concrete below. I remember my mom yanking me away from the window, holding me tight against her chest so I couldn't see anymore, but I'd already seen enough. I saw the girl hit the ground. I heard the horrible thud and the screams that came after. Everything after that is a blur of sirens and police and neighbors crowding around. My mom tried to keep me away from it all, but I snuck peeks through the blinds. I saw them put the girl on a stretcher. She was still alive. I could see her moving, but her leg was bent at this awful angle, and her face was a mess of blood and scrapes. I tried to tell my mom about the shadow man, but she just thought I was traumatized from seeing the girl fall. The police asked me questions too, but when I mentioned the shadow, they exchanged these looks that clearly said, "Poor kid is in shock." Nobody believed me. They all thought the girl had just been playing too close to the window and fell accidentally, or maybe she'd been climbing on the windowsill and lost her balance. But I knew what I saw. For weeks after, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that shadow bending down to whisper to the girl. I refused to go near my window. My mom had to move my bed to the opposite wall because I'd scream if I had to sleep near it. She put up these heavy blackout curtains too, and I made her check they were completely closed every night before I'd go to bed. I begged to know what happened to the girl. My mom tried to shield me from it, but I overheard her talking to our neighbor. The girl had survived, but she was badly hurt. Her leg needed multiple surgeries, and the fall had messed up her face so badly that she needed reconstructive surgery. The worst part was that she couldn't remember anything about what happened. The last thing she remembered was sitting by her window, looking outside. We moved out of that apartment about 6 months later. My mom said it was because my dad found a better job in another neighborhood, but I always suspected it was because of how messed up I was after what happened. I wouldn't go near windows. I wouldn't sleep with the lights off. I'd wake up screaming about the shadow man coming to whisper to me. The new place helped a bit. It was a house, not an apartment, and my bedroom window faced a fence, not another building. But even now, 20 years later, I still have these habits I can't break. I always keep my curtains closed after 4 p.m. I never sit with my back to a window, and sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment late at night, I swear I can hear something moving around behind me, something tall and thin that doesn't move quite right. I've tried researching what happened to that girl. I've spent hours on social media trying to find any mention of a girl who fell from a window in my old neighborhood back in 2003. But there's nothing. It's like it never happened, or like someone wants everyone to forget it happened. The really terrifying thing, though, is what I found when I finally worked up the courage to go back to my old neighborhood last year. I wanted to face my fears, to prove to myself that it was just a childhood trauma I'd blown out of proportion. The buildings were still there, looking more run down than I remembered. I stood in that concrete area between them, looking up at what I was pretty sure was my old window, and then at hers. An old woman was smoking on the stoop. I asked her if she'd lived there long, and when she said she'd been there 30 years, I asked if she remembered the girl who fell. She gave me this strange look and took a long drag from her cigarette. "Which one?" she finally asked. "Which one?" I echoed, confused. "Honey, kids falling from windows in these buildings ain't exactly rare. Bad latches, parents not watching close enough." She shrugged like it was just a sad fact of life, but then she narrowed her eyes at me. "You talking about the little girl in 3B, the one with the pigtails? That was a while back." My heart started racing. "Yes, that's her. What happened to her?" The woman stubbed out her cigarette. "They say she just got up and jumped. No reason. Not playing around, not climbing. Just sitting there 1 minute and the next, straight out the window like something pushed her. Did she live? I asked, my mouth dry. Oh, she lived. Messed up real bad, but she lived. They moved away right after she got out of the hospital. She looked up at the windows, a nervous habit I recognized all too well. Funny thing is, she wasn't the first. Every 10 years or so, some kid goes out a window in these buildings, always around the same time of day too, always looking like they were pushed when nobody was there. I felt like I couldn't breathe. Did anyone ever see anything near the kids before they fell? The woman's eyes snapped to mine, suddenly sharp and alert. What did you see? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't answer her. I mumbled something about having to go and practically ran to my car. As I was driving away, I looked in my rearview mirror and saw her still standing there, watching me leave. And for a second, just a split second, I thought I saw something tall and thin standing behind her. I still don't sleep well. I keep all my windows locked, and I never ever sit near them when the sun starts to go down, because I know what's out there, waiting. The man at the window, with his impossible whispers that make children jump. And sometimes, on quiet nights, I swear I can hear something scratching at my window, trying to get in. Story 14. I still can't believe what happened to me last month. I've been debating whether to even write this down, but I need to tell someone. Maybe putting it into words will help me make sense of it, though honestly, I don't think that's possible. I had been visiting my sister in Austin for a week. It was a great trip, but I was ready to get back to my apartment in Denver. I packed up my old Honda Civic early that morning, hugged my sister goodbye, and hit the road around 6 a.m. The plan was simple. Drive straight through, maybe stop for the night in northern New Mexico if I got too tired. I've made long drives before and actually enjoy them. Just me, my podcasts, and the open road. Everything was normal until I reached Albuquerque. I stopped for gas, grabbed some snacks, and checked my GPS. That's when I noticed an alternative route that would take me through some scenic areas north of the city. The app said it would only add about 40 minutes to my total drive time. After sitting in the car for so many hours already, I thought a change of scenery might be nice. Big mistake. I turned off the main highway around 4 in the afternoon. The route started off beautiful. Red rock formations, sparse pine trees, mountains in the distance. I even pulled over to take a few photos. But as the sun started to set, things began to change. The road gradually narrowed and got rougher. What had been marked as a state highway on my GPS turned into something that felt more like a county road, then barely more than a dirt path. I tried to turn back, but I'd been driving on this road for almost an hour, and my GPS kept insisting this was the fastest way now. Plus, it showed a gas station coming up in about 15 minutes, and my tank was getting low. I figured I could stop there, fill up, and ask for directions back to the main highway. When I finally saw the gas station, relief washed over me. But as I got closer, that relief quickly turned to unease. This place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. There was a single dim light illuminating 2 ancient pumps and a small building with dusty windows. No other cars were around. I almost drove past it, but my gas light had come on, and according to my GPS, which was now working intermittently, the next town was over 50 miles away. I pulled up to the pump, and a tall, skinny man emerged from the building. Something about him instantly set me on edge. He moved wrong, too fluid, like his joints weren't quite right, and his eyes, I'll never forget his eyes. They were this grayish-blue color that seemed to reflect light differently than normal eyes should. I can't explain it exactly, but they looked almost like they had a film over them. "Need some gas?" he asked, his voice surprisingly normal compared to his unsettling appearance. I nodded, keeping my window rolled up most of the way. "Just fill it, please. And can you tell me how to get back to the highway? I think I took a wrong turn." He smiled at that, not a friendly smile. It was too wide, showing too many teeth. "Oh, you're not far off track. There's a shortcut through the woods that'll get you right back to where you need to be. Saves you about an hour compared to going back the way you came." As he pumped my gas, he gave me directions. Take the next right, follow that road for about 15 minutes until I saw a fork, then go left. He said it would look like a private road, but it was actually a county maintenance road that cut straight through to the highway. I know what you're thinking. Why would I trust directions from this creepy guy? But my options felt limited. It was getting dark fast, my GPS was barely working, and the thought of backtracking for over an hour on that increasingly rough road wasn't appealing. Plus, something about the way he spoke made his directions sound completely reasonable in the moment. After paying for the gas, with cash, the card reader was broken, I followed his directions. The next right turn came up just where he said it would. The road was unpaved, but initially seemed passable. My headlights cut through the growing darkness as trees began to close in around me. The forest was getting thicker, way thicker than anything I'd seen earlier in this part of New Mexico. About 10 minutes down this road, I noticed a fog starting to roll in. At first it was just wisps, but it quickly became dense, and there was something wrong about it. It didn't move like normal fog. It seemed to curl around my car intentionally, pressing against the windows like it was trying to look inside. That's when I first heard the whispers. They were faint at first. So faint I thought it was just wind or my tires on the gravel. But they grew clearer, though I still couldn't make out any words. It sounded like multiple voices, all speaking just below the threshold of understanding. Sometimes a voice would rise slightly above the others, almost becoming clear before fading back into the collective murmur. I turned my radio up loud to drown them out, but they seemed to cut right through the music. I tried calling my sister, but there was no cell service. The fog was now so thick I had to slow to about 15 miles per hour, and I could barely see 10 feet ahead of my car. When I reached what I thought was the fork the gas station man had mentioned, I stopped the car trying to get my bearings. That's when I realized something impossible. The road I was on now was completely different from the one I had been driving on just moments before. It was wider, and there were old wooden fence posts lining it that definitely hadn't been there earlier. The trees were different too, older, massive things with gnarled branches that seemed to reach toward my car. I was about to turn around when my headlights illuminated something through the fog. A house, a big, old Victorian-style house that had no business being in the middle of a New Mexico forest. It stood maybe 100 yards ahead, dark except for a single light in what looked like a ground floor window. I sat there for what felt like forever, trying to decide what to do. The fog was now so thick I couldn't even see the road behind me clearly. The whispers had gotten louder, and I swear they were saying my name among other things I couldn't quite catch. That's when my car died, just completely shut off. The headlights, the radio, everything. I tried to restart it, but nothing happened, not even a click. The silence was immediate and absolute. No engine noise, no radio, just those whispers in the fog outside. I was starting to panic when a particularly loud whisper seemed to say, "Come inside." I nearly jumped out of my skin looking around wildly, but I was alone in the car. I don't know what possessed me to get out of my car. Fear, curiosity, maybe the weird hope that whoever was in that house could help me. Whatever it was, I grabbed my phone for its flashlight, took my pepper spray from my glove compartment, and stepped out into the fog. The air felt wrong against my skin, heavy and slightly sticky, like breathing through a damp cloth. The whispers surrounded me now, still unintelligible, but clearly coming from the fog itself. I moved toward the house, my phone's light barely cutting through the thickness around me. The house was in a state of decay, peeling paint, missing shingles, a sagging porch. But it wasn't abandoned. That single light in the window and smoke from the chimney suggested someone was home. I climbed the creaking steps to the porch and approached the door, which was slightly ajar. "Hello?" I called out, hating how small my voice sounded. My car broke down. I need help. No response, just those constant whispers from the fog, which seemed to have followed me right up to the porch. I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit by what looked like old oil lamps. The furniture was antique, covered in dust cloths. The place smelled of mold and something else, something sweet but rotten, like fruit gone bad. I moved slowly through what seemed to be a foyer into a larger living room, calling out again but receiving no answer. That's when I saw the mirror. It hung on the far wall, an ornate thing with an elaborate gold frame, looking completely out of place in this decaying house. Something drew me to it. As I approached, I noticed my reflection looked wrong. The room behind me in the mirror wasn't the same as the real room. In the mirror, the furniture was uncovered and looked new. The walls had different wallpaper, and most disturbing of all, there were shadows moving in the background that had no source in the real room where I stood. I should have run right then. Everything in me was screaming to get out, but I was transfixed by that mirror, by the impossibility of what I was seeing. Then I saw him in the reflection, the gas station attendant. He was standing directly behind me in the mirror, but I knew without turning that no one was there in the real room. His eyes in the mirror were completely hollow now, just empty black sockets, and his mouth was stretched into an impossible grin that literally extended to where his ears should be. I spun around, and as expected, there was nobody there. When I turned back to the mirror, the gas station man was gone, but now the reflection showed me with hollow eyes too. Mirror me smiled that same grotesque smile. A crack suddenly formed across the mirror's surface, spreading like a spider web. From within the crack came a voice, louder and clearer than the whispers. "You were never meant to leave. The road is ours now. You belong to the fog." I screamed and backed away as the crack spread further. The entire house began to shake. Pictures fell from walls and dust rained down from the ceiling. The whispers outside rose to a frenzy, and through the windows I could see the fog pressing against the glass, somehow denser and more purposeful than before. I ran out of that room, through the foyer, and onto the porch. The fog was everywhere now, so thick I could barely see my car. But I ran toward where I knew it was, the whispers now screaming in my ears. I fumbled with my keys, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. And then impossibly my car started on the first try. I didn't question it, just slammed it into reverse, spun around, and floored it away from that house. I drove blindly through the fog, not even sure if I was on a road anymore. Tree branches scraped against my car. Several times I nearly hit something solid. All the while, the whispers followed, somehow audible even inside my car with the windows up and engine roaring. I don't know how long I drove or how I found my way out, but suddenly the fog thinned and I burst out onto a paved road. In my rearview mirror, I could see the mass of fog receding into the tree line like it was being pulled back. My GPS suddenly came back to life, informing me that I was on a state highway just 40 miles north of where I'd originally turned off. According to the time, only about 2 hours had passed since I'd stopped at that gas station, though it had felt like an eternity. I drove straight to Denver without stopping, arriving as the sun was coming up. I've tried to make sense of what happened. Was it a hallucination from exhaustion, carbon monoxide poisoning from a leak in my car, some kind of shared psychosis with a real gas station attendant who was playing a sick joke? But I know what I experienced was real. Sometimes at night, I still hear those whispers. And yesterday, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A small crack has appeared in my bathroom mirror, and sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I swear I can see a grayish-blue gaze watching me from within it. I'm never driving through New Mexico again, and if you're heading north from Albuquerque, stick to the main highway, no matter what your GPS suggests. Story 15. I still can't properly explain what I saw that morning in Montauk, and to be honest, I'm not sure I want to. It's been over 5 years now, but I still get this weird feeling in my stomach whenever I think about it. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural or anything like that, but what happened that early morning in the summer of 2017 has left me questioning everything I thought I knew. My girlfriend Emily and I had rented this cute little beach house for a week in Montauk. It was supposed to be a relaxing getaway, a chance for us to reconnect after a stressful few months at work. But on the second night, we got into this stupid argument. I can't even remember what it was about now. Probably something trivial like whose turn it was to do the dishes or what restaurant to go to the next day. But it escalated quickly. the way arguments do when you're both tired and irritable. "I'm going to bed," I finally said around 10:30, not wanting to deal with it anymore. Emily just rolled her eyes and mumbled something about watching TV in the living room. I was still seething when I got into bed, but exhaustion took over and I fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly at around 3:30 in the morning. The bedroom was dark except for the faint glow of the digital alarm clock. Emily was sleeping soundly beside me, having come to bed at some point. I tried to fall back asleep, but my mind was racing, replaying our argument and thinking about all the things I should have said. After about 20 minutes of tossing and turning, I decided to get up. The house was eerily quiet. I grabbed a light jacket, a beach chair from the porch, and decided to head down to the beach to watch the sunrise. Maybe the fresh air would clear my head. It was still dark outside, but I had my phone's flashlight to guide the way. The path to the beach was this wooden staircase that went down a steep cliff. During the day it seemed perfectly normal, but at night it was unsettling. The wood creaked under my feet, and thick shrubbery grew on either side, sometimes brushing against my arms as I walked down. The sound of the waves grew louder as I descended, but I couldn't see the water yet because of the dense vegetation. When I finally reached the bottom, the beach opened up before me. The moon was bright enough that I could make out the shoreline, the white foam of the waves as they crashed onto the sand. I set up my chair about 20 feet from the water's edge and sat down. The air was cool but not cold, with that distinctive salty smell that always reminds me of childhood vacations. I must have sat there for about 20 minutes, just listening to the waves and trying to empty my mind, when I noticed something strange. There were two pairs of eyes reflecting in the bushes near the base of the staircase. They caught the moonlight, giving off this eerie greenish glow. My heart started racing immediately. My first thought was coyotes, but I wasn't sure if there were coyotes in this area. The eyes remained fixed on me for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then, slowly, they retreated back up the cliff, disappearing into the darkness. I told myself they were probably just raccoons or maybe foxes, nothing to worry about. But my heart was still pounding. After the eyes disappeared, I tried to relax again, but I was on edge. Every sound made me jump. Eventually, though, the rhythmic sound of the waves lulled me into a kind of trance, and I must have dozed off briefly. I woke up suddenly to the sound of what I thought was a deer running nearby. Checking my phone, I saw it was about 4:45. The sky was starting to lighten just a bit, that deep blue that comes before the actual sunrise. I decided to walk along the beach to keep warm and to find a good spot to watch the sun come up. I left my chair where it was and started walking in the direction of Ditch Plains Beach. The sand was cool and damp under my feet, and I could see my footprints behind me, the only marks on the otherwise untouched shore. It was so peaceful, just me and the sound of the waves. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was some kind of bird, maybe a black swan or something, though I don't even know if black swans live around here. It was just a dark shape in the water, maybe 100 yards down the beach from me. As I got closer, though, I realized it wasn't a bird at all. It was standing upright in the water. My first thought was that it must be a person, maybe a surfer waiting for the early morning waves. But something seemed off. It was standing way too far out, in water that would be way too deep for anyone to stand in without some kind of sandbar. And it was just standing there, completely still, not moving at all, not even swaying with the waves that were hitting it. I stopped walking and squinted, trying to make out more details. The figure was tall, really tall. I'm 6 feet, and this thing looked like it was at least 10 feet high, and it was completely black. Not like African American black, but like absence of light black. It didn't reflect anything. Not the moonlight, not the gradually brightening sky, nothing. It was like a hole cut out of reality. I took out my phone and snapped a picture, zooming in as much as I could. The moment I did that, the strangest feeling came over me. It's hard to describe. It was like a mix of dread, confusion, and this weird sense of being watched, but not just watched, known, like whatever this thing was. It was aware of me in a way that went beyond just seeing me. It felt like it was looking inside me. I started walking away, back toward my chair, but I couldn't help glancing back every few seconds. The figure never moved. It just stood there, rooted to the spot like it was part of the ocean floor. But as the sun started to rise and the tide began to change, something strange happened. The figure seemed to be changing too. Not moving exactly, but shifting somehow. It appeared to be getting smaller, as if it was sinking into the ocean or receding over the horizon. By the time I had walked about 100 yards back toward my chair, I turned around for one final look. It was gone, completely vanished. There was just the ocean, waves rolling in as if nothing had ever been there. I ran back to where I thought I had seen it, scanning the water frantically. Nothing. No trace at all. The sun was starting to peek over the horizon now, casting a golden glow across the water. Everything looked so normal, so peaceful. If it weren't for the cold sweat on my back and the racing of my heart, I might have convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. When I got back to my chair, I checked my phone to look at the picture I'd taken. It was there, but it was frustratingly unclear, just a dark shape against the darker water. I enhanced it as much as I could later, but all it did was confirm what I'd seen. A figure completely black, reflecting almost no light at all. I sat in my chair, watching the sunrise, trying to process what had just happened. The beautiful colors spreading across the sky seemed bizarre in contrast to the unnatural blackness of whatever I had just seen. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed something that wasn't supposed to exist, something that defied explanation. What made it even creepier was when I later remembered that this beach was just a few miles from Camp Hero, that old military base that's surrounded by all those conspiracy theories about government experiments, you know, the ones about mind control and time travel and other weird stuff. I'd always laughed off those stories before, but suddenly they didn't seem quite so far-fetched. I didn't tell Emily about it when I got back to the house. She was still asleep, and when she woke up, we made up from our argument the night before. I didn't want to ruin the rest of our vacation with my weird experience. I convinced myself that maybe I was still half asleep, that maybe it was just some kind of strange optical illusion caused by the pre-dawn light. But I know what I saw. That figure was unnaturally still. No human could stand like that without the slightest movement, not even responding to the waves crashing against it. Humans sway, they shift their weight, they breathe. This thing didn't do any of that. It was like it was carved from darkness itself. I've tried researching similar sightings in the area, but I haven't found anything that matches exactly what I saw. Sometimes I almost convince myself that it was nothing, just a strange shadow or a piece of driftwood standing upright somehow. But then I remember that feeling, that bone-deep certainty that whatever I was looking at was looking back at me, studying me, knowing me. I haven't been back to Montauk since then. Emily and I broke up about 6 months later for unrelated reasons, and I've made excuses whenever friends suggest a trip out to the eastern end of Long Island. I just can't bring myself to go back there, to walk down that wooden staircase to the beach again. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing, convinced that if I look out my window, I'll see it standing there. That tall, black figure, perfectly still, watching me with eyes I couldn't see, but somehow knew were there. I delete the picture from my phone, then restore it, then delete it again, torn between wanting to forget and needing to remember that what I saw was real. Whatever that thing was, standing in the water off the coast of Montauk that early summer morning, I hope I never encounter it again. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some things are better left unknown. But I know what I saw, and 5 years later, I still can't explain it. Story 16. I still don't know what to make of what happened to me last month. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, honestly. I'm a software developer, 30 years old, and I've always approached life with a pretty rational mindset. My friends joke that I'm the Occam's razor guy because I always look for the simplest explanation. But what happened that night, I just can't explain it away. It was a Tuesday night, nothing special about the day. I had finished a long shift working from home, ordered some Thai food, and watched a couple episodes of that new crime documentary everyone's been talking about. Normal stuff. By about 10 at night, I was getting ready for bed, brushing my teeth in the bathroom with the door partially open like I always do. My apartment isn't anything fancy, just a one-bedroom place I've been renting for about 3 years now. The bathroom is across from my little home office where I keep my PC set up. The hallway connecting them is short, maybe 15 feet long, with my bedroom at the end. I've never felt uncomfortable there. It's just home. So I'm standing there, toothbrush in my mouth, staring mindlessly at myself in the mirror like you do when you're on autopilot. That's when I noticed something in the reflection, a light in the hallway behind me. At first, I thought maybe it was my phone notification light, or perhaps I'd left my computer monitor on. But when I turned around to look directly, I froze. There was a bluish orb of light just floating there, in my hallway, about chest height. It wasn't tiny like a phone LED or anything. This was the size of a softball, maybe even bigger. And the color wasn't like any electronic light I'm familiar with. It was this deep, vibrant blue, almost electric but somehow softer around the edges. The center was brighter, almost white blue, fading to a deeper blue at the edges. The weirdest part, it was moving. Not zooming around or anything dramatic, just gently bobbing up and down, maybe a few inches in each direction, like it was floating in invisible water. The light it cast didn't illuminate much of the hallway, just a subtle blue glow around it. I stood there with toothpaste foam starting to drip down my chin, completely unable to move. My brain was frantically trying to come up with explanations. Car headlights through the window? No. I'm on the 3rd floor, and there's no window in that hallway. Some weird reflection? From what? Electronic malfunction? I couldn't connect it to anything in my apartment. For about 5 seconds, we just existed together. Me, frozen with my toothbrush and this impossible blue orb hovering in my hallway. Then it started to move. Not toward me, thankfully, but in the direction of my PC room, drifting slowly and deliberately, like it had somewhere to be. That's when I heard it. The laugh. I've tried so many times to describe this laugh to myself in a way that makes sense. It was distinctly female, young-sounding, like a woman maybe in her early 20s. It wasn't menacing or evil-sounding. It was almost playful, but with this undercurrent that felt slightly mocking, like I was the butt of some cosmic joke. The truly unsettling part was that it didn't come from the orb, or from my PC room, or from anywhere specific at all. It seemed to emanate from everywhere around me simultaneously, like the sound was coming from the air itself. It lasted maybe 3 seconds, just this light, amused chuckle that surrounded me completely. That laugh snapped me out of my paralysis. I spat the toothpaste into the sink and ran toward my PC room, flipping on every light switch I passed. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The rational part of my brain kept saying, check for intruders, even though I knew no human could make a floating blue light or a laugh that seemed to come from the walls themselves. My PC room was completely normal. Computer off, everything in its place. No blue light, no laughing woman, no sign anything unusual had happened. I checked my entire apartment, under the bed, in closets, behind the shower curtain, even inside cabinets too small for a person to hide in. Nothing. After about 20 minutes of searching, I sat on my couch trying to process what had just happened. My hands were shaking, and I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that blue glow again. Here's where it gets even weirder. Despite being thoroughly freaked out, when midnight rolled around, I went to bed and slept perfectly. 8 solid hours, no nightmares, no waking up in a cold sweat. It was like my brain had filed the experience away as deal with this tomorrow. And when tomorrow came, That's when the real fear hit me. I was sitting at my desk, trying to work, when the memory of the blue orb and that laugh slammed into me with full force. I actually jumped out of my chair and spent the rest of the day working from a coffee shop because I couldn't bear to be in my apartment alone. I've spent weeks trying to find a logical explanation. I checked for gas leaks. I researched if certain medications can cause hallucinations. I'm only on allergy meds, and they've never done anything like this before. I even called my landlord to ask if anyone had ever reported anything strange in the building. He looked at me like I was losing it. The thing is, nothing strange has ever happened in this apartment before that night, and nothing has happened since. I've lived here for 3 years without a single weird occurrence. The building isn't particularly old, built in the early 2000s, and as far as I know, no one has died here. It's just a normal, slightly overpriced apartment in a normal neighborhood. I've racked my brain trying to connect the young woman's laugh to someone I've known. Is it a deceased relative? No one that I can think of. My family doesn't have any history of young deaths, and my grandmothers both had deeper voices. Could it be someone who lived here before me? Maybe. But why would they visit now, after 3 years? I've told a few close friends about what happened. Most of them suggested the usual. I was tired, it was a waking dream. Maybe I dozed off while brushing my teeth. But I know what I saw and heard was real. I was fully awake and alert. One friend suggested it might have been ball lightning, which apparently can form inside houses sometimes. But that doesn't explain the laugh. And from what I've read, ball lightning doesn't behave like what I saw. It doesn't just float calmly and then disappear without a trace. Another suggested it could have been someone playing a prank with a drone and speaker. But how would they get a drone into my locked third-floor apartment? And the laugh didn't sound like it came through a speaker. It was all around me, with perfect clarity. The experience has changed me in ways I didn't expect. I've always considered myself a skeptic when it comes to paranormal stuff. I'm the guy who watches ghost hunting shows just to point out all the evidence that could be easily faked. But now, I don't know what to think anymore. I don't feel threatened by whatever I experienced. The blue orb didn't seem malevolent, and even the laugh, while a bit mocking, didn't feel dangerous. It was more like I accidentally glimpsed something I wasn't supposed to see, and whatever it was found my confusion amusing. Sometimes I catch myself staring down that hallway at night, half hoping to see the blue light again. I have so many questions I want to ask. Who are you? What are you? Why were you in my apartment? But then I remember the eerie quality of that laugh surrounding me, and I'm not sure I really want those answers. I haven't changed any of my routines. I still brush my teeth with the door partially open. I still work late in my PC room. Maybe that's strange, but the encounter didn't leave me with a sense of dread about my living space. Instead, it left me with a profound sense that there's more to our reality than what we can normally perceive. That blue orb and disembodied laughter gave me something I never expected, concrete evidence that there are phenomena beyond our understanding that can manifest in our everyday environment. I don't know if it was a ghost, an interdimensional hiccup, or something else entirely, but I know what I experienced was real. I keep thinking about how perfectly I slept that night too. Was that part of it? Did whatever visited me somehow suppress my fear until the next day, or was my brain just so overwhelmed it shut down that part of my response? It's been a month now, and I still find myself stopping in the middle of brushing my teeth, staring at the hallway reflection in my bathroom mirror, half expecting to see that gentle blue glow again. Part of me hopes I will, part of me hopes I never do. I don't know if I'll ever have an explanation for what happened, but I know that the next time someone tells me about their own impossible encounter, I won't be so quick to dismiss it. Some experiences can't be rationalized away, no matter how logical you try to be. Story 17. I've never told this story to many people because, honestly, who would believe me? Even as I type this out, I'm second-guessing myself, wondering if what happened that day was just some weird daydream or hallucination. But I know what I experienced was real. I felt it, I saw it, and it still gives me goosebumps thinking about it today. This happened when I was 9, maybe 10 years old. My family owns this big piece of land in rural Texas that's been passed down for generations, like 200 years worth of generations. My dad was always proud of that fact. telling us stories about our ancestors who first settled there. The property has woods, fields, an old farmhouse that my parents renovated, and plenty of places for a kid to explore and get into trouble. That day started like any other summer day. It was hot, Texas hot, where the air feels thick and heavy. My older brother Jake had his friends Tommy and Mike over, and they were letting me tag along, which was a big deal because usually they'd tell me to get lost. Jake's dog, Rusty, was with us too. This energetic border collie mix who was always running ahead, then circling back like he was herding us. We were deep in the woods on our property, following these narrow game trails that deer and other animals had made over the years. I remember the smell of pine and earth, the buzzing of insects, and how the tall trees created this dappled light effect on the ground. Jake and his friends were ahead of me talking about some video game, and I was trying to keep up without looking like I was struggling. After about an hour of walking, we reached the fence line that marked the edge of our property. It wasn't anything special, just your typical 3-strand barbed wire fence with wooden posts every 15 feet or so. I'd seen it a million times before. Rusty spotted something, probably a rabbit or squirrel, and darted under the fence onto the neighbor's property. Without hesitating, Jake yelled, "Rusty, get back here!" But the dog was already gone, disappeared into the brush. "I'll get him," I volunteered, eager to prove myself useful to the older boys. "Be quick about it," Jake said. "We're not supposed to go on Old Man Wilson's land." I approached the fence and did what I'd done countless times before, bent down and carefully ducked between the middle and bottom strands of wire. I was small enough that I could slip through without much trouble. That's when it happened. 1 second I was pushing through the fence, feeling the wire press against my back, my hands in the dirt for balance, and the next second everything changed. It wasn't gradual. There was no blurring or fading. It was instant, like someone had switched channels on a TV. The woods were gone. Rusty was gone. The sounds of Jake and his friends joking around behind me, gone. I found myself standing in a large clearing, about an acre in size. The fence was still there, but it looked different, newer, the wire less rusted, the posts freshly cut. The sun seemed brighter, harsher somehow, and the air felt different too, drier, with a strange metallic smell I'd never noticed before. My first thought was that I'd somehow gotten turned around and wandered into a different part of our property, but that made no sense. I knew our land like the back of my hand, and there was no clearing this size anywhere near the fence line. Then I saw our house, or rather where our house should have been, but it wasn't there. Instead, there were 3 mesquite trees standing in a row. I recognized the spot immediately because those same trees stood in our front yard, except these looked younger, smaller, more like saplings than the full-grown trees I knew. About 50 yards away stood a windmill, an old-fashioned water pump windmill with metal blades. We had one just like it near our barn, a relic that hadn't worked in decades. My dad had always talked about fixing it up someday, but this one was different. It was turning slowly in the breeze, creaking with each rotation. One of the blades was broken, hanging at an odd angle, causing the irregular sound as it spun. The creaking of that windmill is what sticks with me the most. It had this rhythm to it. Creak, creak, scrape, creak, creak, scrape. Like some eerie, broken metronome, I stood there, frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My head felt foggy, like I was dreaming but knew I was awake. The sensation is hard to describe, like being underwater but able to breathe, or like when you have a high fever and reality seems slightly warped. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange and muffled in my own ears. No response. I took a few tentative steps forward, the dry grass crunching under my sneakers. The ground felt solid enough, but everything else seemed wrong. The colors were different, not dramatically, but noticeably. Everything had this slight sepia tone, like an old photograph. As I moved toward where our house should have been, I noticed other differences. The hills in the distance looked the same in shape, but had fewer trees. The old oak that had fallen during a storm 3 years earlier was standing tall. A path that I didn't recognize cut across the clearing, worn into the earth like it had been used for years. But the strangest thing was the absolute silence. No birds, no insects, No distant sound of cars from the highway that was normally audible even from this far out. Just the wind and that creaking windmill. I remember checking my watch, a cheap digital thing with a Spider-Man face that I'd gotten for my birthday, but the screen was blank. Not even the dead battery symbol showed up. As I stood there trying to process everything, a feeling started to build in my chest. It wasn't exactly fear, at least not at first. It was more like wrongness, like I was somewhere I absolutely should not be, like I'd accidentally walked into someone else's dream. That's when I noticed something else. At the edge of the clearing where the tree line began, there was a shadow that seemed darker than it should be. It wasn't moving, just there. But something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I had the distinct impression that I was being watched, and then I felt it. This wave of, I don't know how to describe it except as an intense feeling of uncanny dread. Not just the normal fear a kid might feel when lost, but something deeper and more primal. Like my entire body was screaming at me that I didn't belong here, that I needed to leave now. I backed up slowly, keeping my eyes on that shadow at the edge of the trees. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were shaking. I took another step back and bumped into the fence I'd just crossed through. Without thinking, I turned and ducked back through the wires, scrambling to get to the other side. As I pushed through, I felt resistance, like moving through thick syrup rather than air. There was a moment, just a split second, where I felt like I was in both places at once. The clearing with the windmill and the normal woods with my brother, like reality was overlapping. Then, just as suddenly as it had changed, everything snapped back to normal. I was on my knees in the dirt, the familiar sounds of the woods surrounding me again. Jake and his friends were a few yards away, still talking. Rusty was trotting back toward us, no rabbit in sight. "Did you see that?" I gasped, staring wide-eyed at my brother. "See what?" Jake looked annoyed. "You didn't even go after him." Rusty came back on his own. But I trailed off, looking back at the fence. It was just a normal fence again. Old rusted wire, weathered posts. Beyond it was just more woods. No clearing, no windmill. I went through the fence and everything changed. Tommy snickered. "Your brother's weird, man." "Shut up," Jake said to him, then looked at me with a mix of irritation and concern. "What are you talking about?" "I went through the fence and I was somewhere else," I insisted. There was a clearing and a windmill, and those mesquite trees were there, but they were smaller and whatever. Jake cut me off. "You probably just zoned out or something. Come on, Mom said to be back for lunch." I wanted to argue, to make them believe me, but the look on Jake's face told me it was useless. Besides, I was starting to doubt myself already. Had it really happened? It seemed impossible, and yet the memory was so vivid. The creaking windmill, the strange quality of the light, that feeling of being watched. The walk back home was a blur. I kept replaying the experience in my head, trying to make sense of it. When we got home, I immediately went to find my grandmother, who lived with us at the time. If anyone would believe me, it would be her. I found her on the back porch, shelling peas. I sat down next to her and, after making sure no one else was around, told her everything. I expected her to laugh or tell me I had an active imagination. Instead, she got very quiet and set down her bowl of peas. "A time slip," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "A what?" "A time slip. That's what some folks call it, a moment when the past and present overlap." She looked at me with an intensity I wasn't used to seeing from my usually easygoing grandma. "I had one once, you know, on a cruise in the Caribbean with your grandpa years ago." She told me how she'd been standing alone on the deck early one morning when the mist seemed to shift, and suddenly there was an old colonial sailing ship where there had been empty ocean moments before. She saw figures moving on the deck, and one in particular, a small child who looked terrified, staring right at her before the ship faded away like it had never been there. "Never told many people about that," she said. "Your grandpa didn't believe me, thought I'd fallen asleep standing up. But I know what I saw." She patted my hand. "Just like you know what you saw today." "But how is it possible?" I asked. "Some places have thin spots," she said cryptically. Boundaries that aren't as solid as they should be. Our family's been on this land a long time. Maybe that means something. I've thought about my grandmother's words many times over the years. I've researched time slips, read about other people's experiences, learned about folklore that suggests crossing certain boundaries, thresholds, circles, running water, can sometimes transport a person to another time or dimension. I've gone back to that fence line dozens of times since then, trying to replicate whatever happened that day. I've crossed through the exact same spot at different times of day, in different seasons, in different weather. Nothing. Just normal woods on the other side. Sometimes I wonder if what I saw was the past. Our land as it existed maybe 100 years ago, before our house was built. The younger mesquite trees, the working windmill, they all point to that. But then I remember that shadow at the edge of the trees, that feeling of being watched. And I wonder if it was something else entirely. I'm 32 now, and I still don't have answers. All I know is that for a few minutes on a hot summer day when I was a kid, I stepped through a fence and into somewhere else. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still hear the rhythmic creaking of that windmill with its broken blade calling to me across time. Story 18. I've never told this story online before, but I need to get it off my chest. It happened back when I was in 5th grade, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it nearly 20 years later. Behind our elementary school was this abandoned military camp, just a fenced-off area with old buildings and rusted military vehicles. The place had been deserted for decades, but there was a hole in the fence that US kids had discovered. It became our unofficial playground whenever we wanted to escape the boring schoolyard during lunch breaks. There were about 7 of us who regularly snuck out there: me, Mike, Gabriel, CJ, Tommy, Derek, and Luis. We'd climb on the old trucks, play hide and seek in the empty barracks, and make up stories about what might have happened there. It was just harmless fun, you know? At least that's what we thought. It was a Wednesday in October when everything changed. The day started like any other. Boring classes all morning, then lunch break came around and we all decided to head to the camp, as we called it. The weather was perfect that day, not too hot, with just enough clouds to keep the sun from beating down on us. We were messing around by the old trucks, these massive green things with canvas covers that were rotting away. Mike was the first to notice her. He just stopped mid-sentence while we were arguing about some video game. "Guys, look over there," he whispered, pointing toward the row of trucks about 50 yards away. I looked but didn't see anything special, just the same old rusty vehicles we'd been playing around for months. "What? I don't see anything," I said, annoyed that he'd interrupted our conversation. The lady in the white dress, she's standing right there between those 2 trucks," Mike insisted. Tommy saw her next. "Holy crap, I see her too." One by one, almost everyone in our group started claiming they could see this mysterious woman. According to them, she was beautiful, wearing a long, flowing white dress, just standing there watching us. But no matter how hard I squinted or from what angle I looked, I couldn't see anyone. "You guys are just trying to scare me," I said, convinced they were pulling some elaborate prank. Gabriel, who was my best friend at the time, grabbed my shoulder. "Dude, I swear I'm not messing with you. There's a lady in a white dress standing right there." I still couldn't see her, and honestly part of me was relieved. The way they described her, just silently watching us from a distance, creeped me out, even if I thought they were making it up. Tommy, Derek, and Luis got spooked and decided they'd had enough of the camp for one day. They headed back to school, leaving just me, Gabriel, CJ, and Mike. Mike kept staring in the direction where he claimed the woman was standing. "She's gone now," he finally said after a few minutes. I rolled my eyes. Convenient. "I'm serious, man," Mike insisted. "She was right there, and then she just wasn't." We tried to go back to normal, climbing on the vehicles and exploring like we always did, but something felt different. The air seemed heavier somehow, and everyone was jumpier than usual. About 15 minutes before lunch break was supposed to end, Mike said he needed to head back early to talk to our math teacher about a missed assignment. That left just me, Gabriel, and CJ. We were sitting on the hood of one of the trucks when we heard it, a faint but distinct tapping sound coming from inside one of the vehicles farther down the row. Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, like someone drumming their fingers on metal. "Did you guys hear that?" CJ asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Gabriel nodded, his eyes wide. "It's coming from that truck over there." The rational part of my brain immediately started coming up with explanations. It's probably just the metal expanding in the sun or an animal that got trapped inside. "Let's check it out," Gabriel suggested, though I could tell he was nervous. "Are you crazy?" CJ hissed. "What if it's her?" Despite my skepticism, my heart was racing, but I wasn't about to look scared in front of my friends. "Fine, I'll go look. It's probably nothing." I slid off the hood of the truck and started walking toward the sound, trying to appear braver than I felt. Gabriel and CJ followed a few steps behind me. The tapping continued as we approached. Tap, 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 steady and deliberate. It definitely wasn't random like an animal would make. It sounded intentional. We reached the truck where the sound was coming from. It was one of the bigger ones, with a canvas cover over the back that had mostly rotted away. The tapping seemed to be coming from inside. "Hello?" I called out immediately, feeling stupid. "Is someone there?" The tapping stopped instantly. We stood there in complete silence for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then CJ grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Look," he whispered, pointing to the other side of the truck. From underneath the vehicle, I could see a pair of bare feet on the opposite side, small, pale feet that definitely belonged to a woman. They weren't touching the ground but were hovering about an inch above it. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Those feet couldn't be floating. It had to be a trick of the light or something. Gabriel saw them too and started backing away. "We need to go. Now." The feet began to move, turning slowly as if the person they belonged to was about to walk around the truck to face us. That broke the spell. The three of us turned and ran as fast as we could, not looking back once. We didn't stop until we reached the school playground, gasping for breath. "Did you see her feet?" CJ panted. "They weren't touching the ground." "I told you she was real," Gabriel said. "That was the lady in the white dress." I was still trying to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe she was standing on something, or maybe it was just someone messing with us. But deep down, I knew there was something not right about those feet, about how they hovered just above the dirt. And the tapping. It was too deliberate, too purposeful. We didn't tell anyone at school about what happened. Who would believe us anyway? We'd get in trouble for going to the camp in the first place. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about those pale feet and that tapping sound. I was staying at my grandmother's house that week because my parents were out of town. My grandma had been in the Marines when she was younger, and I suddenly remembered her mentioning once that she'd been stationed at that very camp decades ago. During dinner, I casually brought up the abandoned military camp behind our school. "Grandma, did anything weird ever happen at that old camp when you were stationed there?" She put down her fork and looked at me with this strange expression. "Why do you ask?" I shrugged, trying to seem nonchalant. "Just curious. Some kids at school say it's haunted." What she said next made my blood run cold. "The White Lady," she said quietly. "That's what we called her. Beautiful woman in a long white dress. Some of the soldiers would see her wandering among the vehicles during the day." I nearly choked on my food. I hadn't mentioned anything about a woman in a white dress. How could she know? "The White Lady?" I repeated, my voice cracking a little. Grandma nodded. "She looks beautiful during the day, but at night," she shuddered visibly. "At night, they say her face changes, becomes something not human." I pushed my plate away, suddenly not hungry anymore. "But she's not the one you really need to worry about," Grandma continued, her voice dropping even lower. "There's a man too, always wearing a black shirt. He doesn't like the daylight, hides in the shadows. They say he was a soldier who died during a training accident, crushed under one of the trucks. Now he haunts the place, trying to lure children under the vehicles." I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about the tapping sound, those hovering feet. And now this new information about a man in black. Part of me wanted to never go back to that camp again, but another part, the part that couldn't stand not knowing, wanted to investigate further. The next day at school, I told Gabriel about my conversation with my grandmother. CJ had decided he was never going back to the camp, and I couldn't blame him. But Gabriel, like me, was both terrified and curious. "We should go back," he whispered during lunch, "just to see. We'll be extra careful." Against my better judgment, I agreed. Mike and the others wanted nothing to do with it anymore, so it was just Gabriel and me who snuck out to the camp that day. The place looked different somehow, more ominous, like the rusty vehicles and crumbling buildings were watching us. We moved cautiously, staying close together. "I'm going to check the barracks," Gabriel said. "You look around the trucks." "We should stick together," I protested. "We'll cover more ground this way. Just yell if you see anything." Reluctantly, I agreed. Gabriel headed toward the old barracks while I walked slowly among the rows of trucks, my heart pounding in my chest. The camp was eerily quiet, no birds singing, no wind rustling through the trees that surrounded the area, just dead silence. I approached the truck where we'd heard the tapping the day before. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, no sound, no hovering feet. I was about to turn back when I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. But this time it wasn't coming from inside the truck, it was coming from underneath it. I dropped to my knees and hesitated before looking under the vehicle. Everything in me was screaming to run, to find Gabriel and get out of there, but I had to know. Slowly, I lowered myself until I could see beneath the truck. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. There was a figure hanging upside down from the undercarriage of the truck. Not hanging like it was attached to anything, just suspended there, defying gravity. It was wearing a black shirt, just like my grandma had described, but the shirt was hanging down or up, revealing a torso that was mangled and crushed, with parts of the ribcage exposed. But the worst part was its face. It was looking directly at me, upside down, with eyes that were completely black. No whites, no pupils, just empty darkness, and it was smiling, a wide, unnatural smile that stretched too far across its face. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it reached for me, its arm extending unnaturally long, fingers stretching toward my face. I scrambled backwards so fast, I scraped my elbows on the gravel. I screamed for Gabriel and ran blindly, not daring to look back. I collided with him as he came running from the direction of the barracks. What is it?" he yelled, grabbing my shoulders. I couldn't speak, just pointed frantically toward the truck. Gabriel started to move in that direction, but I grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the fence. "We need to go, now." We ran all the way back to school and didn't stop until we reached the safety of the playground. I was shaking so badly I could hardly stand. "What did you see?" Gabriel demanded once we'd caught our breath. I tried to explain, but the words wouldn't come out right. How could I describe something so impossible, so terrifying? I just kept saying, "Oh, under the truck, black shirt, upside down." We never went back to that camp, none of us did. We made up some story about seeing a homeless person there to explain to the other kids why we wouldn't go anymore. I never told anyone the full truth about what I saw that day, not even Gabriel. To this day, I can't look under vehicles without panicking. I've tried to rationalize what happened, stress, group hysteria, an overactive imagination, but deep down, I know what I saw was real. Whatever was under that truck wasn't human, and sometimes late at night, I still hear that tapping sound in my dreams. Tap, tap, tap. Story 19. I never wanted to go on that damn cruise in the first place. Melanie had been dropping hints for months about wanting to see the Caribbean, and when her parents gifted us tickets for the maiden voyage of the MS Valhalla as an early anniversary present, I couldn't exactly say no. "It'll be romantic," she said. "You can finally disconnect from work," she said. "If only I'd trusted my gut feeling and made up some excuse about an important case." Let me back up. I'm a corporate attorney, 29 years old, and generally not the type for luxury vacations. I spend most days buried in contracts and litigation paperwork. Melanie's always trying to get me to live a little, as she puts it. The Valhalla was supposed to be the perfect opportunity. The world's largest cruise liner, 15 decks, 7 swimming pools, a freaking rainforest biosphere in the center. All the travel magazines were calling it a floating city, a marvel of engineering. Now I just call it a nightmare. We boarded in Miami 3 days ago. I remember the embarkation process vividly. Thousands of excited passengers filing through security, crew members in crisp white uniforms welcoming us with champagne. Our stateroom was on the 10th deck with a private balcony overlooking the ocean. Melanie was ecstatic, unpacking her 5 suitcases while I answered emails on my phone. The first day passed uneventfully. We attended the mandatory safety drill, explored a few restaurants, and Melanie dragged me to a welcome party on the main pool deck. It was the second night when things started to get weird. We had just finished dinner at one of the specialty restaurants, some fancy French place where they served tiny portions on massive plates. Around 10:30, we were heading back to our room when I felt it, this strange vibration that seemed to course through the entire ship. Not the usual engine rumble you feel on these vessels, but something different, deeper. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, and then the lights flickered out completely. In that moment of darkness, I heard something that still makes my skin crawl, a sound that didn't belong on a cruise ship, a low, resonant hum that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my skull. Then the emergency lights came on, bathing the corridor in an eerie red glow. Crew members appeared almost instantly, assuring everyone it was just a minor electrical issue. Nothing to worry about, they kept saying with those practiced customer service smiles. Just a small hiccup on our maiden voyage. The power came back within minutes, and most passengers, including Melanie, seemed to forget about it. But I couldn't shake this feeling of wrongness that had settled over me. The next morning at breakfast, I overheard a couple at the next table whispering about a missing passenger. Apparently, some guy from Deck 8 hadn't returned to his cabin, and his wife was frantic. When I mentioned it to Melanie, she rolled her eyes. "He probably drank too much and passed out in someone else's room," she said, buttering her croissant. "Or maybe he's having an affair. People don't just vanish on cruise ships, Evan." But throughout the day, I noticed security personnel moving with purpose through public areas, and at one point I saw them reviewing footage on a security monitor near the purser's desk. Their expressions weren't reassuring. After lunch, I was exploring the ship on my own while Melanie got a massage at the spa. That's when I first noticed the cordoned-off section on Deck 9. A portion of the starboard corridor was blocked by velvet ropes with a simple sign, "Closed for maintenance." 2 crew members stood guard, politely redirecting passengers. When I asked what was happening, one of them gave me that same plastic smile. "Just some routine maintenance, sir. The Valhalla is a brand new vessel, so we're still working out a few kinks." I nodded and walked away, but something felt off. For one thing, there was no sound of maintenance work, no drilling, hammering, nothing, and the crew members looked tense, their eyes constantly darting to the closed doors behind them. That night, I couldn't sleep. Melanie was out cold beside me, the champagne from dinner having done its work. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up trying and decided to take a walk. The ship was quiet, most passengers asleep or gambling in the casino on the lower decks. Almost without conscious decision, I found myself back at that cordoned-off section on Deck 9. This time, no crew members were guarding it, just the velvet ropes and that "closed for maintenance" sign. I stood there for a long moment, telling myself to go back to bed, that my curiosity wasn't worth getting in trouble over. But then I thought about the missing passenger, the strange vibration, that unnatural hum during the blackout. Before I could talk myself out of it, I ducked under the rope and approached the door. To my surprise, it wasn't locked. I pushed it open and slipped inside. The hallway beyond was dimly lit, emergency lights casting long shadows on the walls. The carpet was the same patterned blue as the rest of the ship, but something about this corridor felt different. The air was heavier, cooler, with a metallic tang that made my tongue feel numb. I had walked maybe 20 feet when I saw her, a woman in a crew uniform standing at the intersection ahead. Even from a distance, something about her appearance made my heart race. Her skin was too pale, almost translucent, and she stood unnaturally still. When she turned to look at me, her movements were fluid but somehow wrong, like watching someone underwater. "You shouldn't be here," she said. Her voice was soft but carried perfectly down the corridor. "This section is restricted." I should have turned back then. Every instinct was screaming at me to apologize and return to my cabin. Instead, I heard myself asking, "What happened to the missing passenger?" The woman's expression didn't change. "I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Please return to the public areas of the ship." "What are you hiding back there?" I pressed, nodding toward a set of double doors behind her. They were different from the other doors on the ship, heavier, with strange symbols etched into the metal. The woman just stared at me, and I swear her eyes seemed to change color slightly, darkening from brown to something deeper. "Last warning," she said. "Return to your cabin now." Then her radio crackled, and she turned away to respond. In that moment of distraction, I did something incredibly stupid. I bolted past her and pushed through those double doors. What I saw inside defies explanation. Physically, mathematically, it should have been impossible. The room, if you can call it that, was vast, far larger than could possibly fit within the confines of the ship. It was like looking into an endless void, with no visible walls or ceiling, just darkness stretching in every direction. But the darkness wasn't empty. There were shapes moving within it, shifting, flowing forms that hurt my eyes when I tried to focus on them. And in the center of this impossible space, suspended about 10 feet off what passed for a floor, was a man. He was floating, arms outstretched, rotating slowly. I recognized him from the security footage I'd glimpsed, the missing passenger. His eyes were open but completely blank, pupils dilated to the point where no iris was visible. His mouth moved continuously, forming words I couldn't hear. The air around him seemed to ripple and distort, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. And then came the whispers, dozens, maybe hundreds of voices speaking languages I'd never heard, the sounds overlapping and echoing through that impossible space. I couldn't understand the words, but the meaning somehow pierced straight into my brain. Hunger, anticipation, ancient patience, finally rewarded. I stood frozen, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. Then, slowly, the floating man turned his head toward me. His movements were jerky, mechanical, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. When he spoke, his voice sounded layered, as if multiple people were speaking simultaneously. "You should not have come here," he said. "But now that you're here, perhaps you'd like to join us. There's so much room to expand." I stumbled backward, finally breaking free from my paralysis. I crashed into the doors, but they wouldn't budge. Panic surged through me as I pounded and pulled at the handles. Behind me, I sensed movement. The floating man was drifting closer, and with him came those shifting shapes from the darkness. "It's been so long," the layered voice continued. "So long since we found a vessel large enough to carry us all. The Valhalla is perfect, and soon we'll have enough to sustain us until we reach shore." Just as my terror reached its peak, a hand gripped my shoulder. I whirled around to find the pale crewwoman. Up close, her skin really did seem translucent. I could almost see the network of veins beneath. Her eyes were completely black now. "I told you not to come here," she whispered. But instead of threatening me, she produced a key and unlocked the doors. "Go now. Run back to your cabin. Tell no one what you've seen." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted through the doors and ran down that corridor faster than I've ever moved in my life. I didn't stop until I reached our stateroom, where I found Melanie still sleeping peacefully, unaware of the nightmare I'd just witnessed. Morning came, and with it, announcements over the PA system about 2 more missing passengers. The captain's voice was calm, professional. assuring everyone that the ship was conducting a thorough search and that there was no cause for alarm. But I noticed more sections of the ship being closed off, more crew members standing guard with those empty smiles and watchful eyes. I tried to tell Melanie what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. Every time I started to explain, my thoughts became jumbled, my description of that impossible room sounding delusional even to my own ears. She eventually got frustrated and went to a yoga class, telling me to get some sleep because I looked terrible. Sleep was the last thing on my mind. I needed to get off this ship. We were scheduled to dock in Nassau the next day, and I was determined that Melanie and I would disembark, forfeit the rest of the cruise, and fly home immediately. But when I checked our location on the app that tracked the ship's progress, I felt my blood run cold. We weren't on course for Nassau anymore. According to the map, we were heading straight into open water, away from all the planned ports of call. When I asked a crew member about the change in course, he gave me that same practiced smile. "Just a small detour, sir. Weather concerns. We'll be back on schedule shortly." But his eyes were different now, darker. And when he turned away, I noticed something on the back of his neck, a strange marking that looked like it had been carved into his skin, similar to the symbols I'd seen on those double doors. As I write this, it's nearly midnight on the third day. More passengers have gone missing. The official count is 7, but I've heard whispers of more. Sections of the ship continue to be cordoned off, and the crew keeps insisting it's for maintenance or safety reasons. Melanie thinks I'm being paranoid, but she's agreed to leave with me at the next port, if we ever reach one. The ship's internet connection has grown spotty, and the satellite phones at the purser's desk are temporarily out of service. I've started noticing other passengers who seem aware that something is wrong. We exchange glances in the dining room, silently acknowledging our shared fear, but no one speaks up. No one wants to cause a panic. The vibrations are more frequent now. I feel them every few hours, coursing through the ship like a pulse. And during the brief power outages that follow, I hear that hum again, that resonant sound that seems to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my skull. I don't know what's happening on the Valhalla. I don't know what was in that impossible room or what it wants, but I know we're in danger. Something ancient and hungry has awakened aboard this ship, something that sees us not as passengers, but as sustenance. And the most terrifying part, I think some of the crew are helping it, including that pale woman who let me escape. She wasn't warning me out of kindness. She was preserving me for later. I'm going to try sending this message while we still have some connection. If anyone reads this, the MS Valhalla is not what it seems. There's something wrong with this ship, something that shouldn't exist in our world, and I think we're running out of time. Story 20. I've been driving trucks for over 23 years, seen pretty much everything you can imagine on the open road. Weird shit happens out there when you're alone for days at a time. But what happened to me 3 weeks ago on Route 77 in northern Nebraska, I still can't explain it. I haven't slept right since. I'm not writing this looking for answers. Hell, I don't think there are any. Just need to get it out before it eats me alive. It was supposed to be a standard haul. Refrigerated goods from Dallas to Bismarck. Good money. Tight schedule, nothing unusual. I'd made similar runs dozens of times before. The weather report mentioned snow up north, but nothing extreme, just another winter job. I left Texas early morning, making decent time through Oklahoma and Kansas. The temperature dropped steadily as I pushed north, but that's normal for January. It wasn't until I crossed into Nebraska that things started feeling off. First thing I noticed was how quickly the weather changed. 1 minute I'm cruising under cloudy skies, the next I'm in near whiteout conditions. The snow came down so heavy, it looked like static on an old TV. Temperature plummeted too. My truck's external thermometer dropped from 25 degrees to -15 in less than an hour. That's not normal, not even for Nebraska winters. Around 9 that night, I was about 40 miles north of Lexington on Route 77. The blizzard was raging full force. I'd slowed to maybe 30 miles per hour, could barely see past my hood. Should have probably pulled over, but there weren't any good spots, and I was worried about getting stuck. Dispatch had warned earlier that the roads might close if the storm got worse, so I figured I'd push on while I still could. That's when I started noticing this weird glow in the air, not like headlights reflecting off snow. This was different. Kind of a greenish-blue tint hanging in the storm, like northern lights but lower to the ground and pulsing slightly. I've driven through plenty of snowstorms, never seen anything like it. Made the whole scene look underwater somehow. My radio had been cutting in and out for the last hour, mostly static with occasional fragments of voices. I tried calling other truckers but got nothing back except strange echoes and what sounded like backwards talking. Turned it off after a while. The noise was making me more on edge than the silence. The cold inside the cab was getting unbearable. Even with the heater cranked, I could see my breath. My fingers were stiff despite wearing gloves. It felt like the cold was somehow seeping through the metal of the truck, reaching inside in a way that didn't make sense. I remember thinking the temperature gauge must be broken because it was reading -32 degrees outside. In all my years driving, I've never felt cold like that. It went beyond physical, like it was reaching into something deeper. That's when I spotted the taillights ahead. They appeared suddenly through the wall of snow, two dim red lights, not moving. I slowed down even more, thinking it was someone pulled over or stuck. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of another semi, an old model I couldn't immediately identify. It was just sitting there in the middle of the right lane, no hazards on, nothing. I should have just gone around. That's what keeps haunting me. I should have just gone around and kept driving. But 20+ years of trucking teaches you to look out for your own. Road solidarity and all that. Could have been a medical emergency. Maybe their engine died in this killing cold. Whatever the reason, I couldn't just leave someone stranded in this nightmare storm. I pulled up about 20 feet behind them, put on my hazards, and grabbed my heavy flashlight. The moment I stepped out of my truck, the cold hit me like a physical blow. It stole my breath, made my eyes water instantly. The strange glow I'd seen was stronger outside, casting everything in that sickly blue-green light. The snow wasn't falling normally either. It seemed to hang in the air too long, swirling in patterns that didn't match the wind. As I approached the truck, I noticed how wrong it looked. This wasn't just an old model. This thing was ancient and impossibly decrepit. The paint was mostly gone, replaced by rust, so advanced that parts of the trailer had actually rusted through, leaving gaping holes. The tires looked partially deflated. The chrome was tarnished black. It looked like something that had been abandoned in a field for decades, not something that could have possibly been driving minutes before. Most disturbing of all, there was no exhaust, no engine rumble. In temperatures cold enough to freeze your spit before it hit the ground, this truck's engine wasn't running. No one could survive in a cab without heat in this weather, not for more than minutes. I approached the driver's side, my boots crunching on snow that sounded wrong somehow, too crystalline, like walking on glass. The window was frosted over completely, but I could make out a dark shape inside. Someone slumped over the steering wheel. I knocked on the door, calling out, "Hey, you okay in there?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the shape inside moved. It didn't move like a person waking up or turning around. It moved like a marionette being jerked by strings. Sharp, uncoordinated movements, the head snapping up at an angle that made my stomach turn. I took an involuntary step back, suddenly aware of how isolated we were. No other headlights in either direction, no houses or buildings visible through the storm, just me and whatever was in that truck. The door creaked open. The sound it made wasn't metal on metal. It was deeper, organic somehow, like tendons stretching. A blast of air came out that was so cold it burned my face. But it wasn't just cold, it smelled wrong. Not like body odor or bad breath, but something chemical and rotten at the same time, like formaldehyde mixed with spoiled meat. What stepped out wasn't right. It had the shape of a man, tall and painfully thin, wore what looked like a trucker's flannel and jeans. but they hung on its frame like clothes on a scarecrow. Its skin was the palest white I've ever seen, not like someone fair-skinned, but like a corpse drained of blood, with a bluish undertone that wasn't just from the strange light, but it was the face that made me start backing away. The proportions were subtly wrong in ways that are hard to describe. The eyes were too wide, too round, but seemed empty, like looking at holes cut in paper. The mouth was slightly too large, lips almost non-existent. It didn't blink, didn't seem to be breathing despite the cold that should have made breath visible. It moved toward me with that same jerky, uncoordinated gait, like it was wearing a body. It didn't quite know how to operate. It didn't speak, didn't make any sound at all, just kept coming, head tilted at that unnatural angle. I don't remember deciding to run. One second I was frozen in place, the next I was sprinting back to my truck, slipping in the snow, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't look back until I reached my door, and when I did, it was closer than should have been possible, maybe 15 feet away and still coming with those mechanical wrong movements. I threw myself into the cab, slammed the door, and locked it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine started, thank God, but as I shifted into gear, I caught movement in my side mirror. It was right outside my door. No way it could have crossed that distance so quickly. Not running, not in that snow. It was looking at me with those empty eyes, head still cocked at that impossible angle. And then, I swear this happened, its mouth opened wider than a human mouth should be able to, revealing teeth that were too numerous, too sharp. I floored it. Tires spun on the icy road before catching, and I shot forward, swerving around the abandoned truck. In my rear view, I could see it standing in the middle of the road, still watching me, getting smaller as I put distance between us. The old truck's tail lights seemed to glow brighter for a moment, then disappeared completely, as if they'd been switched off. I drove like a madman for the next hour, blizzard be damned, kept checking my mirrors, convinced I'd see those taillights following me. The strange glow in the air gradually faded, and the radio started working again, picking up normal chatter from other drivers battling the storm. The temperature, while still bitterly cold, rose to a more reasonable -5 degrees. I didn't stop until I reached a truck stop outside of Sioux City, where I parked under the brightest lights I could find, spent the night in my cab with a tire iron next to me, jumping at every sound. When morning came, the storm had passed. Blue skies, other trucks, normal people getting coffee and fuel. It all seemed so ordinary that I almost convinced myself I'd hallucinated the whole thing from road fatigue or carbon monoxide or something. Almost. I've talked to a few other drivers since then, carefully, without saying too much. Most just give me weird looks, but 3 of them got real quiet when I mentioned Route 77 in Nebraska. One old-timer named Bill told me about ghost trucks that have been reported on that stretch for decades. Another guy swore he picked up a hitchhiker there once who disappeared from his passenger seat when they reached the state line. I've been taking different routes since that night, even if it means longer hauls. But last week, dispatch assigned me another northbound run through Nebraska. I tried to switch, but they wouldn't budge. So I'm sitting here at this truck stop, 3 hours from having to get back on Route 77, feeling like I'm about to have a heart attack. Because here's the thing I haven't told anyone until now. 2 nights ago, I was driving through Missouri on a clear night. No snow, good visibility, and in my side mirror, just for a second, I saw a pair of dim red taillights way back behind me. When I looked directly, there was nothing there, but in the mirror, they were there again, following at a consistent distance. I don't think it was just on Route 77. I don't think it was just passing through. I think it saw me too, and I think it's following me now. Story 21. I still can't sleep well. It's been 3 weeks since that weekend in West Virginia, but every time I close my eyes, I see those hollow eyes staring back at me. I need to write this down somewhere, even if nobody believes me. Maybe putting it into words will help me make sense of what happened on that road. I've always been the type who needs alone time to recharge. My job in tech support means I deal with frustrated people all day, and after a particularly rough week last month, I desperately needed to disconnect. No phone calls, no tickets, No managers breathing down my neck, just me in the wilderness. I remembered this buddy from college, Ryan, who'd moved to a small town in West Virginia a few years back. We'd kept in loose contact, mostly through occasional texts. He was always going on about the hiking trails and how peaceful it was out there. So on Friday after work, I packed up my truck with camping gear, some food, and started the 5-hour drive south. I reached the town around 8 in the evening. It was one of those places with a single main street, a couple of gas stations, and a diner that looked like it hadn't changed since the 70s. I texted Ryan to meet me there, thinking we could catch up before heading to wherever we'd be staying. While waiting for him, I struck up a conversation with the waitress, an older woman named Darlene, who seemed to know everyone in town. When I mentioned I was looking for some isolated hiking spots, her expression changed. "You staying around these parts?" she asked, refilling my coffee without me asking. "Yeah, my friend Ryan lives out here. Thought we might find a cabin or something for the weekend." She nodded slowly. "Well, stick to the marked trails in the state park, honey. Some of these back roads ain't on any map for good reason." That caught my attention. "What do you mean?" She glanced around before leaning in. "There's this one road the locals call the Lost Road. Can't find it on GPS or maps. Used to be a logging route decades ago before they abandoned it. Some say it's cursed. People go in, come out, different, if they come out at all." Before I could ask more, Ryan burst through the door, all energy and smiles like I remembered from college, always restless, always looking for the next thrill. We hugged, caught up briefly, and I mentioned what Darlene had told me about the Lost Road. His eyes lit up immediately. "Dude, I've heard about that. Some guys at work were just talking about it last week. Supposedly it's somewhere off County Route 16. I've got a cabin we can use about 20 minutes from there." I should have listened to the prickling sensation at the back of my neck, but Ryan had always been persuasive, and after 5 hours of driving, I wasn't about to argue. The cabin was more isolated than I expected. We drove for nearly 40 minutes from town, the last 15 on a gravel road that threatened to shake my truck apart. It was dark by then, the headlights cutting through dense forest on both sides. The cabin itself was basic but comfortable enough. 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a living area with a wood stove. "Who owns this place?" I asked as we unloaded our gear. "Friend from work. He barely uses it except during hunting season," Ryan replied, already pulling beers from a cooler. We stayed up late catching up, planning our hike for the next day. Ryan kept circling back to the Lost Road, his excitement growing with each beer. "Think about it, man," he said, gesturing with his bottle. "A road that's not on any map? That's some creepypasta shit right there. We have to check it out." I was less enthusiastic but agreed to look for it. What was the harm in exploring during daylight? The next morning, we headed out early. Ryan had rough directions based on local gossip. Supposedly, the road branched off from an unmarked Forest Service path about 7 miles from the cabin. We packed light backpacks with water, sandwiches, and basic first aid supplies, then set off. The morning was pleasant enough. Birds singing, sunlight filtering through the trees, that earthy smell of the forest. We followed established hiking trails for the first few hours, stopping occasionally to check Ryan's map against the trail markers. Around noon, we reached a junction where the marked trail continued right, but a less maintained path veered left. "This might be it," Ryan said, checking his phone. "No signal, as expected. The guy said it's an old path that doesn't look used much." The path was overgrown but still visible. We followed it for maybe half an hour, gradually moving deeper into denser forest. The light changed, became more filtered and greenish as the canopy thickened above us. That's when we found it. The path suddenly opened onto something that didn't belong in these woods. A perfectly straight road, about 20 feet wide, cutting through the forest like a ruler line on paper. What struck me immediately wasn't just how straight it was, but how uniform everything about it appeared. The trees lining both sides were identical in size and spacing, like they'd been planted by someone with obsessive precision. "Holy shit," Ryan whispered. "This has to be it, the Lost Road." I felt immediately uneasy. Nature isn't uniform. Trees don't grow in perfect lines unless humans plant them that way. And even then, there's variation. This was different. Everything was too perfect, too measured. Should we follow it? I asked, already knowing Ryan's answer. Are you kidding? Of course we should. He was already stepping onto the road's surface, which wasn't dirt or gravel, but some kind of packed earth that felt strangely resilient underfoot. We started walking. I checked my watch. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. The sun was high, but somehow the light on this road seemed different, more diffuse, as if we were seeing everything through a slight filter. After about 20 minutes of walking, the uniformity of the trees began to feel oppressive. I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Every tree looked exactly like the last, spaced at precisely the same interval. No undergrowth, no variation. Just perfect identical trees stretching into the distance. Ryan, this is weird, I said finally, stopping. Nothing about this feels right. He had gotten a bit ahead of me, his earlier excitement seeming to dim as well. Yeah, it's strange, but we've come this far. Let's just go a little further. I reluctantly agreed, and we continued. That's when we found the cabin. Unlike the perfectly spaced trees, the cabin seemed jarringly out of place. It sat about 30 feet off the road, a small, weathered structure that looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The wood was gray with age, the small porch sagging on one side. Ryan immediately headed toward it. Come on, let's check it out. I followed more cautiously. As we approached, I noticed there were no windows, just blank wooden walls and a single door at the front. No vehicle tracks, no path leading to it, nothing to suggest recent human presence. The door wasn't locked. Ryan pushed it open, revealing a single room with a dirt floor. The inside was mostly empty except for an old table against one wall and what looked like the remains of a stone fireplace. But what caught my attention immediately was another door, a small one, maybe 3 feet tall, set into the far wall. It didn't look like it belonged there. The wood was different, darker, and it had a rusted padlock securing it. What the hell is that? I asked, pointing. Ryan approached it, crouching down. Looks like some kind of storage access, or maybe a root cellar. He tugged at the padlock. It's locked tight. I felt a chill run through me despite the warm afternoon. Something about that small door felt wrong. It was perfectly centered on the wall, but too small for an adult to use comfortably. And why lock it if there was nothing worth stealing in this abandoned place? We should go, I said. This whole thing is giving me bad vibes. Ryan ignored me, examining the small door more closely. There's something carved here, he said, tracing his fingers along the frame. Symbols or letters, I can't tell. I reluctantly moved closer to look. There were indeed markings etched into the wood around the door frame. Not English letters, not anything I recognized. They looked ancient, angular and jagged, reminiscent of runes, but not quite the same. Ryan, seriously, let's get out of here. He finally stood up. Yeah, all right, but this is exactly the kind of weird shit I was hoping to find. As we turned to leave, I heard it. A sound from outside, footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching the cabin. They had a strange cadence, not quite human in rhythm. Step, step, pause, step, step, pause. Ryan heard it too. His face went pale. Someone's coming. The footsteps stopped just outside the door we'd left open. I could see the rectangle of daylight, the road beyond, but no one appeared in the doorway. The silence stretched for what felt like minutes. Hello? Ryan called out. No response. Then, without warning, the small door behind us rattled violently, the padlock shaking against the wood. It was just for a second, but it was enough. We both bolted for the exit. As I reached the doorway, I glanced back over my shoulder. The small door was still again, but I swear I saw the padlock turning slowly, as if someone on the other side was working a key into it. We burst out of the cabin, expecting to confront whoever had approached, but there was no one there, just the empty road stretching in both directions, lined with those unnaturally perfect trees. Which way did we come from? Ryan asked, his voice higher than normal. I turned in a circle, disoriented. Both directions looked identical. The uniform trees provided no landmarks, no way to orient ourselves. I think we came from that way, I said, pointing left, though I wasn't certain. I thought it was the other way, Ryan countered. Before we could decide, we heard it again. Footsteps, that same uneven rhythm, now coming from the forest behind the cabin. Without another word, we both started running down the road to the left. We ran for what felt like forever, the road continuing its perfect straight line through the trees. I kept expecting to reach the point where we'd first entered from the hiking trail, but it never appeared. My watch said we'd been running for almost 15 minutes when Ryan suddenly stopped. "Wait," he gasped, out of breath. "This isn't right. We should have found the trail by now." I looked around, the horrible realization dawning that we might be lost. The road still stretched ahead and behind us, unchanging. The sun had moved, casting longer shadows, but gave no clear indication of direction since the road cut straight through the forest. "Let's try the other way," I suggested, trying to keep panic from my voice. We turned around and walked back the way we came. After another 20 minutes, there was still no sign of the cabin, the trail, or anything to mark our location. It was as if the road had extended itself, keeping us trapped on its straight, unending path. "This is impossible," Ryan muttered. "We can't have walked this far." The sun was noticeably lower now. I checked my watch. It was past 4. We'd been on this road for over 3 hours, which made no sense given the distance we'd covered. "We need to get off this road," I decided. "Cut through the forest, perpendicular to the road. Eventually we'll hit a normal trail or a landmark." Ryan nodded, and we moved toward the tree line. But as we approached the perfectly spaced trees, something strange happened. The distance seemed to stretch, as if the edge of the road was moving away from us even as we walked toward it. After several minutes of walking, the trees looked no closer than when we started. "What the hell?" Ryan stopped, his face a mask of confusion and fear. I felt sick to my stomach. Something was very wrong with this place. The road didn't want us to leave. "Let's just keep moving forward," I said. "There has to be an end somewhere." As we continued, the quality of light began to change. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees. The temperature dropped rapidly, and an unnatural mist started to form along the ground, swirling around our ankles. That's when we heard the footsteps again coming from behind us. That same irregular rhythm. Step, step, pause, step, step, pause. Closer now, and faster. We ran again, pure fear driving us forward. The mist thickened, making it hard to see more than 20 feet ahead. The sound of pursuit grew louder, more insistent. Suddenly, Ryan veered off to the right. "I see something," he shouted. I followed, and to my amazement, we broke through the tree line this time, stumbling into dense underbrush. Normal forest surrounded us, irregular trees, fallen logs, the natural chaos of woodland. The unnaturally straight road was gone, hidden by the mist and gathering darkness. "We need to find our way back to the cabin," I said, trying to orient myself by the setting sun. Ryan shook his head violently. "No way, man. I'm getting the hell out of here." We argued briefly before agreeing to try finding our way back to the hiking trail. We pushed through the forest for what felt like hours, guided only by the fading light and my half-remembered sense of direction. Incredibly, just as darkness was making further progress impossible, we stumbled onto a gravel road. It took me a moment to recognize it as the access road to Ryan's cabin. Somehow, we'd circled all the way back. My truck was still parked outside. Ryan wanted to leave immediately, but it was now fully dark, and I wasn't confident about navigating the mountain roads at night. We decided to stay, lock the doors, and leave at first light. Neither of us slept. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound from the surrounding forest. Around 3 in the morning we heard it, that same rhythmic pattern of footsteps circling the cabin. Step, step, pause, step, step, pause. It continued for almost an hour before falling silent. At the first hint of dawn, we packed our things and left. I don't think we spoke more than a dozen words to each other during the drive back to town. Ryan kept looking over his shoulder, his face drawn and pale. I dropped him at his apartment in town, and we made awkward promises to keep in touch that neither of us meant. I started the long drive home, exhausted and unsettled, but relieved to be putting distance between myself and that place. About an hour into my drive, I glanced in my rearview mirror and nearly drove off the road. Standing in the middle of the highway behind me was a figure, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs too long for its body. I couldn't make out any features except for its eyes, dark, hollow pits that seemed to stare right through me. It was just for a second, then gone when I blinked. I made it home that evening and tried to convince myself it had all been some kind of shared hallucination. Lack of sleep, dehydration, getting turned around in unfamiliar woods. There had to be logical explanations. But 3 weeks later, I know better. Sometimes at night I hear those footsteps outside my apartment, that same rhythm. Step, step, pause. And twice now, I've woken up to find my front door unlocked, though I'm certain I secured it before bed. Whatever was on that road, whatever lived behind that small door, it followed me home, and I don't think it's going to leave me alone. Story 22. I've been driving trucks for 22 years. 22 years on the road, most of it alone with just my thoughts and whatever was on the radio. I've seen pretty much everything you can imagine on America's highways. Accidents, road rage, weird hitchhikers, you name it. But what happened to me 3 nights ago on Highway 59 in East Texas, I still can't make sense of it. I haven't slept right since. I'm writing this down partly to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, and partly because I need to get it out of my head. I was making a run from Laredo to Memphis, hauling auto parts. Normal job, one I've done dozens of times. I usually avoid night driving when I can, but I was behind schedule because of truck troubles in San Antonio, so I found myself approaching the stretch of Highway 59 that runs through East Texas around midnight. Other truckers call it the Dead Stretch, about 50 miles of highway between Lufkin and Nacogdoches, where weird shit supposedly happens. I'd heard stories at truck stops over the years, but I always wrote them off as bored drivers trying to spook each other. Ghost hitchhikers, phantom trucks, strange lights, typical campfire story crap. I'm not the superstitious type. I've got deadlines to meet and bills to pay, and ghost stories don't help with either. It was a clear night, but there was no moon, the kind of darkness that feels heavy somehow. I had my high beams on, coffee in my cup holder, and I was making good time. The traffic had thinned out to almost nothing, which isn't unusual for that time of night in rural areas. The first thing I noticed was my radio. I'd been listening to a late-night talk show, but as I crossed into what must have been the start of the dead stretch, the signal deteriorated into static. I tried finding another station, but got nothing but white noise on every frequency. Then my phone lost signal too. Again, not super unusual in rural Texas, but the timing made the hair on my arms stand up. The darkness outside seemed different somehow, thicker. The trees along the roadside looked wrong, like skeletal hands reaching up toward the sky. I remember thinking they looked like they were trying to grab something. I shook my head and focused on the road. Just tired, I told myself. Just the shadows playing tricks because you're exhausted. I'd been driving for about 10 minutes into this stretch when something darted across the road about 100 yards ahead of me. I hit the brakes instinctively, slowing from 70 to about 40 in seconds. My heart was hammering in my chest. Whatever it was, it moved on 2 legs, but wrong, like its joints were backward or something. It was tall and thin and moved in this jerky, twisted way. I only saw it for a split second in my headlights before it disappeared into the trees on the other side. I told myself it was just a deer. Had to be a deer, right? But I've seen plenty of deer on the road over the years, and they don't move like that. They don't look human-shaped. I accelerated again, wanting to get through this stretch of road as quickly as possible. That's when my engine started making a strange knocking sound. Then, without warning, it just died. Complete shutdown. I coasted to the shoulder and sat there for a moment, trying to process what was happening. My rig is well maintained. I had it serviced just last week. This kind of failure shouldn't happen. I reached for my CB radio to call for help. Nothing but static. But then, I swear I heard something through the white noise, a whisper so faint I almost missed it. Come back. I dropped the receiver like it had burned me, told myself I was hearing things. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. I needed to check the engine, which meant getting out of my truck. The idea of stepping outside suddenly terrified me in a way I couldn't explain. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and took a deep breath. When I opened the door, the silence hit me first. If you've ever been on a rural highway at night, you know there's always some ambient noise, insects, distant traffic, wind in the trees, but there was absolutely nothing, just dead silence. The air felt wrong too, cold and thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My flashlight seemed dimmer than it should be, the beam not reaching as far as normal. I walked to the front of my truck and popped the hood. As I leaned in to check the engine, I felt watched. I turned around, sweeping my flashlight beam across the tree line. That's when I saw it, a figure standing by the roadside about 50 yards back. It was just standing there, swaying slightly. I couldn't make out details, just a dark silhouette against the even darker trees. "Hey!" I called out. "You okay there?" No response. The figure kept swaying. Everything in me said to get back in the truck, but some stupid part of my brain thought maybe this person needed help or could help me. I started walking toward them, my flashlight beam bouncing with each step. As I got closer, my light finally illuminated what I was approaching, and I stopped cold. It wasn't standing by the roadside. It was hanging from a tree branch that extended over the shoulder of the highway. A man, or what was left of one, suspended by a rope around his neck. His body was gently swaying in a wind I couldn't feel. He was wearing old-fashioned clothes like something from the 70s. His face was bloated and purple, his eyes wide open and staring right at me. I backed away, tripped over my own feet, and fell hard on my ass. When I looked up again, heart pounding in my ears, there was nothing there. No body, no rope, no one swaying in the non-existent breeze. I scrambled to my feet and ran back to my truck, not even bothering to close the hood. I jumped in, locked the doors, and tried the ignition again. This time the engine roared to life immediately, like there had never been a problem. I didn't question it, I just put it in gear and floored it. In my mirror, I could see the spot where the hanging man had been. Nothing there now, just empty road. But as I watched, the darkness behind me seemed to move, like it was following me. I pushed the truck as fast as it would go. The CB radio crackled to life on its own, that whispering voice now louder. "You can't leave, not yet." I switched it off, but it turned back on by itself. "We've been waiting for you, Jake." My blood went cold. I never said my name on the radio that night. "Your father's waiting too." That hit me like a physical blow. My father died when I was 17. Car accident. He was driving home late one night and went off the road. They found his car wrapped around a tree just off Highway 59. I nearly lost control of the truck when I heard that. The road ahead of me suddenly seemed to stretch and warp. The white lines became distorted, moving like snakes. Then headlights appeared, coming straight at me in my lane. I swerved hard to avoid a head-on collision, nearly running off the road. As the vehicle passed, I caught a glimpse of it, a 1967 Ford Fairlane, dark green, exactly like my father's car, exactly like the one he died in. I looked in my mirror, expecting to see the car's taillights, but there was nothing there, just darkness. When I turned back to the road, the Fairlane was ahead of me again, driving in my lane, coming straight at me. This time when I swerved, I felt my truck's wheels leave the pavement. I fought with the steering wheel, barely getting back on the asphalt. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Somehow, I had a signal now. One new message from an unknown number. "You can't leave." The Fairlane appeared again and again, each time forcing me to swerve more violently. The whispering on the radio grew louder. Multiple voices now, all saying my name. I could make out my father's voice among them. "Jake, stay with us, Jake." My truck's electronics went haywire. Lights flashing, gauges spinning wildly. The temperature inside the cab plummeted until I could see my breath. The darkness outside seemed to be seeping in through the vents, under the doors, filling the cab like smoke. I saw mile marker 156 pass by, then 157, then 158. I was keeping track, desperately trying to figure out how much further until I was out of this hellish stretch of highway. But then I passed mile marker 156 again, and again, and again. The road was looping somehow. I wasn't making any progress. I was trapped. I don't know how long this went on. Hours, maybe. The same markers, the same curves in the road, the same phantom car trying to run me off the highway. The voices grew so loud I had to cover my ears, but they were inside my head too. Then I saw headlights behind me, real headlights, growing closer. Another truck. I've never been so happy to see another vehicle in my life. I slowed down, hazards on, hoping they would stop. The other truck pulled up alongside me. The driver rolled down his window and looked over at me. It was an old man with a weathered face and eyes that reflected my headlights like a cat's. He smiled at me, but there was something wrong with his mouth. Too many teeth, all of them sharp. "Running late, Jake," he called over. "We've got a place for you here. Your dad's been telling us all about you." I floored it again, pulling ahead of him. In my mirror, I saw his truck change shape, elongating, the metal twisting until it wasn't a truck at all, but something else, something I can't describe. I don't remember much after that. Just fragments, the hanging man appearing in the middle of the road, the Ford Fairlane with my dead father at the wheel, his face bloated and purple like the hanging man's, trees reaching down with branch fingers toward my truck, voices promising I'd never leave. Then suddenly I was passing a "Welcome to Nacogdoches" sign. My radio was playing a country song like nothing had happened. My phone showed the time, 4:15 a.m., and several missed calls from my dispatcher. The temperature in the cab was normal. Everything was normal, except I had lost over 3 hours that I couldn't account for, and there was mud on my boots that I don't remember stepping in. And when I checked my phone later, there was still that text message, "You can't leave. I delivered my load in Memphis and immediately took a week off. I'm not driving that stretch of road again, not for any amount of money." The thing is, I have to get back to Laredo next week for another job. There's no way around Highway 59 that doesn't add hundreds of miles to the trip. And yesterday, I got another text from that same unknown number. "We'll be waiting for you, Jake. Your father misses you."